Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline, hacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? Am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
There's a little bit of paradise that all the world should know. It's the shades of India, where the sweetest flowers grow and the softest breezes blow, and there's magic as the seasons come and go. There's a little bit of paradise I long again to roam. It's the shades of India. How I long to sneak down Sugar Creek, like barefoot boy with tan on cheek, and find again my Indiana home. Can't get Indiana off my mind. That's the place I long to see. Back in Indiana, I will find all the folks so dear to me. How I'd love to see that lazy river.
Gonna make my home by the river shore. Gonna settle down forevermore. Gonna make my home where the Wabash River flows. So I'm happy to be shorty by but you come after me with the moonlight.
I remember the very day when I heard that the two girls had been murdered on his property. It's like, oh my God. He finally killed somebody.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? I'm nervous to ask because I have spent about 30 minutes fighting with my microphone. You can hear me. Excellent. Is it staticky? Is it okay? Just fine. Perfect. Well, it's fine. Hi, everybody. It is good to see you. My tech guy's not here, so we've got... I was actually talking to my friend Connie, who some of you may be familiar with. Christmas, I get this crispy. Welcome everyone to R&M Productions. I'm glad you're here. I'm Ange, and in case you didn't see, we have some cool new emojis for members. Actually, I don't know if it's just for members. I think everyone can use emojis. I'm not really sure how any of that works, but welcome. Tonight we are talking about my favorite topic. We had a little bit of an intro into Ron Logan. Hold on one second. Let me know when you have it pulled up. Trying to get all of our stuff situated. So I guess in the meantime, I'll say hi to some folks. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Judge Jessica. Good morning, Cranks. Hello, Candy, John Phillips, Post Punk, Kelt, Marianne, Woman. We got all of the cranks here. I never knew so many songs about Indiana existed. Yeah. How did y'all like that intro? It is part of the longer video that I did of my interview with the beautiful, brave, wonderful Miss Connie. DB says, damn, where's mine? There it is. Yes, we have a DB emoji, everybody, if you haven't heard. Hi, Joletta. Hi, Veronica. So since we last spoke about Ron, we have had a motion to correct error filed. Oh my God. Y'all, DB is not a member. Hi, Judy. I'm glad to see you. So YouTube sucks. And sometimes when you leave your comments, I can't see them. They disappear. So if you have been commenting and you don't see your comment and you think that I've been offended greatly and have deleted your comment, I guarantee you that's not the case. For some reason, YouTube just hides certain comments. Oh my gosh, stop it, V. You're so funny. You're beautiful. Hello, Mar. Veronica. Woman doing a crebin. Oh no, woman doing a chaos. I think I saw M's in here earlier. Hey, JC the Music Man, good to see you. If you are new to this channel, which I doubt you are, but if you are, we primarily talk about the Delphi case. We talk about Carroll County, actually, probably. I know, I saw it, Deeves. There's V. There's sweet V. Oh my gosh, Mandy's here. DB is a cheap ass. Hello, Belle Mayhem. Hello, Elena Davidson. It is perfectly creepy. Hi, Cleveland Rocks. It's good to see you. Rebecca Ann, Veronica, Jenny, Regina, Indy Cindy. Always a pleasure. Grace Face, Devil. Hello, Steve, Devil, Angel's Boss. Devil has gotten a promotion to Angel's Boss. It's a big day. The McFingies. Any complaints against Shanks and or mentioned lawsuits against the state? So Kathy Shank does have a interesting, not a lawsuit, but when she was, can't get situated, y'all. And I don't think I like this purple. When Kathy Shank was a CPS investigator, welfare worker, whatever her title was, there was one case in particular, and I think I've shared it, a bunch of people have shared it, where Miss Shank basically acted in what she thought was a child's best interest, open for debate. But that case did end up resulting in criminal charges against a father of a child, her neighbor. And that case was then appealed. Now, what's interesting about that, hi, Laura, welcome new member, welcome Jerry Rocks. What's interesting about that case, Travis, I'm glad you're here, is that the individual that was charged did appeal it. The appellate case, however, is sealed or not publicly available. I haven't actually requested it, to be fair, like officially. The violence the state does against children is a special kind of violence. They don't know the harm they do. I totally agree. 100%. Family unification is key, as long as there's not safety, but I think everybody judges safety differently. And there's a whole cultural competence issue here, I think, with Miss Kathy Schenk, in my opinion. When we are imposing our values and our beliefs and our morality on other people, it can be problematic, especially when we're in a position of authority and we have the power to remove somebody's children. That's all I have to say about that. Having said that, enough about Miss Schenk for now. We're here to talk about Ron Logan. And I put up a poll earlier. I was very surprised by the results because I don't know if y'all know this, but Ron Logan has not always been a popular topic of conversation. There's a lot of people who don't like to talk about Ron, and they don't like when other people talk about Ron. All of that to say, where's post-punk mama? All of that to say, Fortnite. Lowlight is here. Hi, Lowlight. Good to see you. And Rotstar and Veronica. A bunch of people I haven't seen in a minute. I didn't see a poll. It was on Twitter. It was on my Twitter. It was very, very short notice, too. But I said, do we want on? I was very surprised. Put up a poll, yeah. I was surprised to see that people want to talk about Ron. So mods know the deal. Anytime we talk about Ron, things get a little feisty. I love Ron as the perp. Here we go. David Rogers. Why are we profiling Ron Logan? He's not pertinent to this case. David Rogers, I respect your opinion. I respectfully disagree with your opinion, but I also respect it. And I respect you having it. And I'm glad that you're here. I hope you'll stick around because I do like to talk about Ron Logan. Mirrors, petrified about Ron. Yeah, so what's interesting about Ron Logan was born in 1939 in Delphi, Indiana. Oh my God, y'all. Everybody please drop a 1 in the chat for King Baby Girl DB, who has finally become a member of the Crank family. Amazing. This is a big deal. I'm going to make this light blue or green. I don't like the purple. It's kind of distracting me. But while I do that, let's all congratulate DB Baby Girl on becoming a member officially. This is a big deal. This is very exciting. Mute, you're muted. Now I'm unmuted. I was not feeling that purple, so. All right, let's jump into it. So last time I talked about Ron, it was like a 4.5-hour live. It was super disorganized, and I was not prepared. So I'm a little bit better prepared. Thank you for making an emoji for me. I'm a little bit better prepared tonight. But we also have had kind of a major update since I last talked about Ron Logan, which is we had a motion to correct error filed, or a motion for a new trial filed by the defense attorneys representing Richard M. Allen, who was convicted in November for the murders of Abby and Libby. I personally, to my bones, believe that Richard Allen has been wrongly convicted. A lot of folks in here agree with me. Hi, T. But some folks may not agree with me, and that is okay. Hi, Michelle Sanchez. But we have had a motion to correct error, and within that motion to correct error, we were shown a confession that Ron Logan made to a fellow inmate at the Newcastle Correctional Facility when he was incarcerated there in 2017. Now, the person that he made this confession to, Ricky Davis, we have talked about a little bit in the past. There he is. Why is it not showing up right? I don't know. But there's DB's dick hand emoji. Something that's really cool is that I have a superpower secret weapon, which is Courtney Yellowjacket, who has been basically spending an obscene amount of time poring over the handwritten notes of the investigator who interviewed who interviewed Ricky Davis back in 2017. And he took Ricky Davis's statement about what Ron Logan told him while they were incarcerated together. And that statement is impossible to fucking read. And Courtney has been doing a really good job of, I agree with you, Kat, 100%. Actually, I've been thinking about that. Let's return to that later because I want your thoughts on something. But yeah, so Ricky Davis was interviewed by a ISP investigator who is a, well, it doesn't matter. His name is something with an H. He's kind of a goofball. Regardless, Ron Logan made a very detailed confession to Ricky Davis. I have been pretty vocal about how I feel about confessions. I think they're lazy when they're used in trials. I think they're lazy when they're used as evidence. And I still feel that way, even as it relates to Ron Logan. Hi, young Black economist. Good to see you. However, I think confessions, when detailed, should inform an investigation. For example, if somebody gives a confession that matches 0 of the facts of the crime, that should inform your investigation, i.e., that person probably doesn't know a whole lot about the murders. Whereas if somebody's confession is detailed and provides new information that was unknown previously, I think that warrants some follow-up at the very least. Not to say you need to convict a person based on their word of mouth, because again, I think you need to have evidence before you convict someone. And I feel that way. If Ron were alive, I would feel that way. If there was no evidence against him except his own words, it's not good enough for me. So having said that, we are going to look at the confession. Thank you, Christina Jarvis. Organized, schmorganized. We're going to look at Ron's confession. But first, I do want to really quick go through and talk about, who was this man? Who was Ron Logan? Why am I always picking on him? I have an interesting relationship with Ron Logan, to put it lightly. I never met the man. Obviously, he died in January 2022. I would have loved to have met him. I would have loved to ask him some questions. But nevertheless, he is dead. He died from, I believe, COVID in January 2022. So thank you, Deebs. My God. We have a new member. We have a new 99-cent donation from Baby Girl for the Ram Fund. This is a really big deal. How did Ricky Davis know about the box cutter, asks Rochelle. Ron Logan told him that he killed the girls with box cutters, plural. So yeah, that's interesting. I am sorry about saying it's Ricky. I didn't know Michael. Oh my God. Ron Logan is so oppressed by you. I know. If Ron was sent to Newcastle, he had a felony habitual traffic offender case. He was sentenced to time in the DOC, but later commuted to home detention. Thank you, Joe Schmo. That is 100% accurate. So let's get into my timeline. Thank you so much, Steve. Devil, I can never say that. Devil Angels Boss has donated $2 to the Ram Fund. Thank you so much, Steve. Which kind of means he could have died of anything, no? Yes. I believe his former wife, Jeannie, on Facebook said that he died of pneumonia, which is probably true. I don't trust Dr. Core a damn bit. Me either. I don't trust a thing Dr. Core says. Ricky Davis is a lying piece of shit. Ron Logan, despite having issues of his own, is dead and can't defend himself. All I have to say is remember Monica Walla. Remember Monica Walla. David Rogers, I don't know what that means. She's not, I mean, I remember her. Yeah, I'm really disgusted by Monica Walla. Ricky Davis, I don't believe to be a lying piece of shit. Ricky Davis is serving 30 years in Indiana State Penitentiary because he called the police on himself. So I'm not sitting here claiming that Ricky Davis is a stand-up citizen, but multiple people who actually know Ricky Davis and have spoken to Ricky Davis since his incarceration would disagree with you, Mr. Rogers. But I appreciate you. I don't like the threat. I don't appreciate that. In fact, if someone wants to bing bong Mr. Rogers, remember Dr. Walla. I think I know what you mean. Don't bing bong him. I changed my mind. You can stay, David. Don't fuck with me, though. It's the last I'm going to say it. He said Ron Logan died of pneumonia. I think Jeannie said that he was having like lung issues. Who's he? Jeannie. He didn't look like a particularly healthy dude. It came from Jeannie, so grain of salt. Fair enough. I wonder if Walla is sweating the next cross-examination. Probably not. Oh my gosh. This is a great thought. Remember Monica Walla. Yes. Daffy Duck. Daffy Duck herself. Unfortunately, we all do remember her. She's probably watching right now so she can write some more notes saying Red confessed to things Ron Logan said. That's a great point. That is a great point. That is a good point. Okay. I'm going to close the chat for a second. Hey, I'm with the confession, if I understand, is that I don't think the girls would have agreed to go with him. I can see that too. I do not believe it's a perfect confession by any means. I think there's a lot of things that are missing from it. However, well, I'm going out of order, but it's hard for me not to. Ron Logan insisted to Ricky Davis, this was not a sexually motivated thing. The plan was not to R-word the girls. Okay, Ron, why were they naked? Motherfucker. Like, I have a lot of issues with the confession. It is imperfect, but I do want to talk about it. Hey, Dom, good to see you. The wilderness. Scotty is here. Feels like if we had live footage of Rick Allen at home during the time David Rogers would say, Jerry Holman's a god, he would crawl across shards of glass. I finally posted my Delphi video I made in August. Awesome. I will check it out. Yeah, Captain America. T-Dub, did you see it in person by any chance? I didn't. Anyone who saw Dr. Wall testify in person, I'm so curious. I do agree with this, T. Actually, you and I think, talked about this one time. The nudity could have been to control them from running away. It could have been part of the staging. Having said that, I have a hard time believing that a crime like this wouldn't have any sexual components. However, I have no idea. But I agree with that. That's a great point. Young children, particularly young girls, it would not be unheard of for nudity to be a mechanism for control, right? Without physical restraint, you're not going to run away. Not everybody would. Although 13 and 14, I don't know. It's hard to say what anyone would do in that position, teenager or not. Hi, Emily Stone. This is also, he was afraid of blood being on their clothes from his nose. Ariel, yeah, I think that too. I forget who I was talking to about this. Well, this is a fact. Whether or not he committed the murders and whether or not he, yeah, I agree, criminality. Whether or not he committed the murders, I don't know, but this is just fact. Please, it was definitely an essay. David, is that you, Nick? You have an amazing piano hands. We were blessed by the prosecutors. He tickled the ivories for us, I believe, on Twitter this week. I saw Perlmutter testify in person, not Walla. I'm not sure if I had to pick one or the other, which I would pick. Fate chose for me. Great point. Laura, this is a great question. Maybe that is why Abby had the clothes on that she did. They didn't have any blood on them. The bloody nose thing, and again, if you're not like a super close follower, you might have no idea what we're talking about, which is why I do want to go in order, but let's be real, it's not going to happen. The bloody nose thing that he told Ricky Davis, he said, oh, I was worried that I got blood from my nose because Libby, I guess, I hope whoever did this got clocked at least one time real fucking good, but he says that some kind of a struggle or maybe he got hit in the face, and so he was afraid that his nose, hi, Oxana, I love you. He was afraid that maybe he bled on one of the girls or on their clothes. That could be true. And that could be why perhaps some of the clothes were found in the creek. It could also be a reason for the girls being nude that doesn't get your fucking ass beat in lockup. I don't know. It's interesting. People have a hard time believing that somebody would confess to killing children while in prison, confessing to another inmate. I get that. I think that the notoriety of this case, the kind of personality that I believe, the kind of personality that Ron Logan had, and as I believe he did this, I could see him finding that to be quite interesting. It was more of a fame thing, in my opinion. DB, I'm glad you're not. I hope DB's not listening. David Rogers, I hope that you're going to be nice. I'm about to read this comment, and I hope it's going to be nice. There's a reason Davis came out with this revelation. I bet money he had some special consideration applied to his sentence, i.e. shaving some time off his sentence. That's a totally... Thank you for being respectful, David Rogers. I'm glad I didn't bing bong you out of here. That's absolutely something to consider. Now, I don't believe that Ricky Davis had any chance of like anything coming from this. They barely even followed up on it. So I don't know. But that is also something to consider and weigh when you're looking at, like, what do we call them? What are they called? There's something for when an inmate confesses to another inmate. Jailhouse confessions? I think that's what they're called. Not even a snitch. I don't think that a snitch would be the right word because it's not like he's, well, maybe he's a snitch. I don't know. Who cares? David Rogers, that's not a bad point. Thank you for sharing. Dom S, thank you. Get an iPhone membership, Ange. Come on. I don't know what that means. DB's going to help me. DB's going to help me figure it out. Because I tried to Google it, Dom, and I don't know what it means. But I'm going to ask my tech guy to help me figure that out. Because it can't be that hard, right? KO says, I'm a-watching you. He gave it up 3 months after the murders. He didn't get any time off. He didn't get any of his appeal. Yeah, he didn't win his appeals. Did you see the Galpo is suing DOC for firing him from the girls' prison before he went to Westville? He's claiming no due process. Poor thing. Galpo's a fucking creepy man. Try a poll on how many think Rick Allen will get a new trial. That's a good idea. I will. I agree. I don't agree with David Rogers' assessment of Mr. Ricky Davis, but I do think that when we're looking at like the legitimacy or the credibility of somebody, a confession, like this is my thing. If somebody calls and says, hey, this dude confessed, oh, by the way, he's also the property owner and the landowner, and he faked an alibi, and there's all these issues, and he told me this, this, and this, and this. Okay. Have doubt if you're an investigator, but how about if he says something about a fire pit and burning evidence in a fire pit, or gives you very specific details of like the fucking crime flow or like the route that was taken, maybe investigate that shit before you absolutely disregard and dismiss the confession. That's what I feel. If Logan has handwritten testimony somewhere that can prove he did it, then I stand to be corrected. David, I don't know if he has or not. And I think the point I'm trying to kind of make, and then I'm going to leave David alone. You are being reasonable and respectful, David. So thank you. Who's
Hello?
Mojo?
What do you mean?
Who's Mojo?
Oh, this is my other advocacy account. Sorry, I forgot to switch it.
Oh my God. You know, I was just about to be like, I think DB is busy tonight. Thank God, because he'd be in here well actually my...
Well, I see it as 277. You know what I mean? I had to show up. What up? Yo, ladies,
here,
what
Deeps.
your fart name is?
Is that a Fortnite character?
I don't know nothing about no Fortnite. Isn't
Oh
that
my God.
a measurement of days adjacent to one another?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Mojo Jojo. Dude, USA Libertarian.
This is a good point too. There's so many good comments, and this is what happens. I want to engage with the comments and the chat, but then I have all this other stuff that I'm not doing because I'd rather talk to the chat.
If you disregard jailhouse confessions,
oops,
then RAs should also be disregarded. Like their hearsay?
I feel like that's fair. I feel like they should be investigated. That's my thing. A confession is damning if it contains details that are specific to the crime that can help you, I don't know, find evidence. That's kind of how I feel. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Never mind. My bad.
No, what?
It's just Laura's fucking. You can't see the emojis, guys, because we're in this high tech program we have called StreamYard. You know, in the back here.
StreamYard.
Yeah, and we just see the labels, and I just see Laura says deep, dick hand. I'm just like,
Wait, I know
what that is.
And then I pin it, and it just says deep dick hand. So like, it doesn't even the emoji doesn't even show up for people. People say the FBI searched Ron's house and found nothing. Law enforcement searched his house and found nothing. Yeah, the FBI didn't search his house though. They wrote the Nicole Robertson, the agent, wrote the, what is that? It's not a PCA. Well, it's a PCA for a search, right? It's a probable cause affidavit for a search warrant, right? Or it's a probable cause. What is it? She wrote the search warrant thingy.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so Nicole Robertson with the FBI did author that. However, the FBI, as far as I know, per Barbara McDonald, Koff, and somebody else, the FBI wasn't even present for the search of Ron's property or his house. So that was all local. So like, we know how they operate. That makes me feel a little bit less confident about this claim that they didn't find anything. And the other thing is, how do we know? Do we think they really tested what they found? Because they didn't even test the DNA on the fucking girls or the hair in their fucking hand. So like, do we really think that they were spending a lot of time and energy and resources testing things that they got from Ron's house and property? Hello? I don't think so. Hi, Jake Snyder. So that's what I think. Shall I dive in, DB, to my timeline?
Well, yeah. First, I was going to ask you, when did you change your opinion that Nicole Robertson wasn't involved in the search?
Involved in the search? Oh, I don't know if she was involved in the search or not. I just know that the FBI as an agency, like, was Nicole Robertson herself there on the property that day? I have no idea. I don't know what it means when I'm told the FBI did not assist or participate in that search in any way. And that might mean that she did or didn't. I have no idea. Maybe she did.
Didn't something come out from a deposition that
source David Rogers source? I'd love to be wrong about that. If you have a source, I'd like to hear it. Go ahead, Deeves.
Oh, what'd that guy say?
He said wrong. He said, no, wrong. The FBI went through Logan's crib. David Rogers, how do you know that? I didn't see any FBI agents. The FBI, no, he's not correct, KO. The FBI got the warrant. The FBI didn't physically search Ron's house.
I think the defense.
No, I just got a tip. She was not there. FYI.
Kathy Shank?
Nicole Robertson. Nicole Robertson was not there.
Are we sure Kathy Shank wasn't there?
Kathy Shank was probably fucking hanging out there. She was probably in the crib making potato soup. But Nicole Robertson was not there. Yes, you're right, Kaya. Sorry.
Okay, but wasn't there something the defense put out that said that Nicole Robertson said that they were looking for pagan books or something like that?
Yes, they were looking for pagan specific evidence. Yeah. But so I'm not an investigator. I don't know what that would entail. Like, how would they know that? Because I imagine that once you have a search warrant that's like signed by a judge, then you go and search. Is there nothing else? Like, there's no other investigative or evidentiary documents or instructions or like parameter, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Nothing that I've seen said it, but clearly they were searching for. What are you laughing at?
The fucking Indiana girl.
Oh, okay.
Which I have to address this. DB, you got ratted out by my hubby who walked in the room. Powder Puff Girls, really? Your hubby is a fucking gentleman just like me who can appreciate the Powder Puff Girls. So respect to the hubby. Mad respect.
Hey, it's Powerpuff DB, not Powder Puff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did a erasure on there on the 3 chickies.
So here's a great point. Miku is correcting you again, Deeps. It is Powerpuff, not Powder Puff.
Well, which one of us has it as an avatar, Miku?
Tony Diaz, I always get that wrong. Tony Diaz says, FBI can write the search warrant, but if they don't have exclusive jurisdiction, they would need cooperation from Carroll County. Sign someone with 11 plus years experience in complex jurisdiction matters. You really think Carroll County is like, yeah, come on in, guys, to the FBI? I don't think so. I have a hard time seeing that. Also, I don't know. That's all. So I don't know, Deebs. Nicole Robertson was not present physically for the search of Ron Logan's home, which makes me believe that there was not a single FBI. I mean, maybe Ricky Davis.
Reese Davis was with the FBI?
He's an FBI agent, I think.
Oh, you're talking about Rich Davies.
Rich Davies, not Ricky not Ricky Ricky Davis. Yeah, of the FBI and of Newcastle. No. Rich Davies. God, Rich Davies. I don't know if he was there or not. But to be honest, I don't even consider Rich Davies to be.
He has such a strange role.
That's a local boy, in my opinion.
Okay, so why did she say that?
Why did who say what?
Nicole Robertson.
Because clearly they were looking for, or perhaps she wanted them to look for pagan shit.
Well, if she wanted them to look for it and she wrote the search warrant, why didn't she put it in the search warrant?
I think there's probably a lot of stuff that was not included in the search warrant. Like, for example, where's the bullet? The bullet.
Well, they have to have some degree of specificity to get something as evidence. I mean, they could take pictures.
Here we go. Here's All Eyes, DB.
Perfect.
Knows more than you do about this. So Robert testified when she was searching the home on Logan, she was looking for evidence of runes and anything Nordic due to the placement of the sticks on the girls' bodies. There you go. What's your question,
So
Deebs?
It sounds like she was there.
This is a quote that is taken from, I believe, the hearing in the summer. So it's a second or third. Yeah, wording might be semantic. There you go. Don't do a semantic on me, DB.
No, I'm trying to figure out the semantic. Like,
you're trying to do a well, actually, and I'm going to boot you if you get in the way. Got it?
I'm not. I'm saying, what is the truth? Was she there or not? Like,
I'm told by someone I trust who knows a fuck ton about this that she wasn't. Maybe she was. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't, but the FBI was not there, like, as an agency, which to me kind of sucks. I think that sucks. I would have liked for them to have been there. You know, I would feel better about, like, whatever that yielded or didn't yield if an agency other than ISP or Carroll County were there. That's kind of my take on it. What's your take on it?
my take was I was trying to get to the bottom of it, and that's.
I have no idea, though. I wasn't there. I would have loved to have been there. Look, I'm told that, what's her face? Miss Nicole Robertson, who, by the way, I'm told fat chance in hell that she'll ever talk to me because the FBI is a pain. So I don't think the chances of getting a Miss Robertson on the R&M channel are too good.
Damn.
I know. I was so excited. I really want the deposition. Was she deposed prior to Frank's, or was she deposed in March 2024? I don't remember. But good thing the librarian is here. Our favorite. Where is it?
Emily Stone, don't even do it, dude. Now it's not the time.
I'm not doing that. Oh.
Dude, I was talking to Emily.
I have no idea. Look, can we move past this? I feel like normally in my like in my crazy world, in my day-to-day, if someone asks me a question and I don't fucking know the answer, normally I can say, I don't know. I don't have that information. And then we move on. I don't know. I have no idea. I was just told, no, she wasn't there. You didn't do a thing, Emily Stone. You're perfect. I was just told that she wasn't there. Was she there? Maybe. Maybe she snuck on the property. I don't know. What more can I say? I don't have
You
the
don't have to say
answer.
anything else.
Okay. Maybe she'll talk to Andy. Maybe. If Nicole Robertson talks to anybody, not me, I'm going to jump out of this window. Seriously. But by all means, y'all, try and get an interview with Nicole Robertson because I'd love to hear what she has to say. There are conflicting narratives, no facts. She was there. She wasn't there. Does it change the outcome or the conversation? No, Teresa. But here's the problem. I got a Powerpuff kid, a Powerpuff girl. What's the name of this thing? What's the name of your little creature here?
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo
Can I get a
Jojo.
fact check from Miku on that?
DB, I'd like to start over. I'm sorry that I got snippy with you. You pissed me right off. I'm sorry I got snippy. I don't know the answer. I wish I did.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't care
All
that
right.
you don't know. I was just curious.
Moto Man? DB is Powder Puff, unlike the old school Powerpuff girls. Blossom Princess Schrodinger's FBI agent. It's awesome. All right. So how about this? You're adorable, Deeps.
Thank you. I do also apologize for asking a question.
I accept your apology, DB.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What did Moto Man do? I don't think he did anything.
Oh, no, my thing said justice for Mojo because I feel like the Powder Puff girls did some... They really went into his lair without a warrant. They did not have probable cause to enter. They drove a Bearcat into his lab, and they did not knock and announce. So I just think that he's a little bit misunderstood, and I would like to see those warrant returns. That's all I got to say.
Okay, got it. Yeah, for sure.
Fiend, dude. You know you can't be coming in late, bro.
Hi, Fiend. We have barely even started, but we have 303 people. So, welcome everybody. Judge Jessica. We did a fight. We did a Schrodinger's FBI agent. We did a Powerpuff, not Powder Puff girl. Hi, Housebroken. Good to see you. Nothing has happened yet, Fiend. So, Fiend is, by the way, Fiend is back. Hella mad, excited utterance, and their viewers just joined. That's so cool. I've never gotten that notification before. Cool. Hi, Hella and friends, or Hella's chat, or Hella's folks.
Oh, is this a Hella raid?
Yeah, the Hella raid.
Hella, hella, hella.
Yay, we love Hella.
Everybody go.
Criminality says, that be a fight, y'all.
Dude, that's literally not a fight. But okay.
Y'all should see me a fight.
Y'all have no.
Y'all thought that was a fight. You should see. I hospitalized DB once. DB, are you getting strep again?
No. Why?
I don't know. Someone.
Why are you asking about that? Can I just say no? That I don't have fucking strep?
That's a perfectly acceptable, adequate answer. Hi, Hella raid. Dat be a raid. So let's see. I can't see DB's face, so I can't compliment him yet. DB
it's
looks
exactly what
like.
you imagine it could look like.
Yeah, right. You're looking at it. Regardless, here's Excited Utterance's YouTube channel. Everybody should go subscribe.
Thank you, RR.
Oh, God. DB, you go first. Do an Australian accent.
Okay, hold up.
Or Nor. Or Nor. That's literally all I
Is
can
that
do.
an NFT?
That's literally it. I could say, or Nor. And I can say,
Don't say shrimp on the Barbie.
have you ever listened to Crime Night or Prof? I've listened
Never
to
heard of them.
Crime Night and Prof.
Prof.
No, that's not an Australian accent. Motto. Well, it was my attempt.
Do an Aztec accent? Oh my God, you're trying to get me canceled, brother.
I would love to get DB canceled. Can you imagine?
I've already
how
been canceled
funny
online.
That would be. You are basically uncancelable.
Right. Look at
in
me.
my
There's
opinion.
324 people here.
I know, and we haven't even started talking about Ron
They
yet.
tried to do an eraser on me, and then I became a fucking cartoon character again.
Yes, you did. You did. I'm
Oh
proud
my
of
god,
you,
woman
too.
doing chaos. Hi. Best friend.
Did you not see her yet?
No, I didn't. I was preoccupied with fighting for my life against a 90-pound woman.
That's not a knife. Knife?
Oh, it's not
Did
a
I say
knife.
knife? Knife?
It's not a knife.
That's no, you fucked me up, Thebes. That's not
What?
knife. I'm sorry.
What?
DelphiJustice.com, say fish and chips. Michael has
Yep.
canceled.
Dude, that guy don't like me. That's okay. I'm
That's
sorry, Michael. I'm sorry,
okay.
Michael. I never meant to hurt you.
DB was playing DB.
Oh,
FBI
careful there.
was playing FBI was playing a supportive role on the 2/14/17 when the girls were found. Yeah, Carroll County ISP limited their evidence collection to the items found in the river. They happily support local law enforcement because they ask for more budget. Cranks be crank and be nice to your sister. It's my cousin. Okay.
The DVI.
That's a bit too Kiwi. Too Kiwi, okay. What's the difference? So Kiwi is New Zealand, right?
Yeah, or Madagascar.
Wish. Just kidding. Just kidding. DB made me watch something earlier about how like speech can get you serving 6 years in prison for felony threats. So now I'm scared. Everything I say, I have to be careful.
It's a good video.
It's an okay video. Hella does not know. Hella's accent in no way is even close. Oh yeah. So if you say right, okay, DB. So don't do it yet. This is a fun activity, and then I'm gonna do my thing. So say this right now.
Rise up, lights.
So the thing is, they're like, oh, if you say that in a regular like American accent, it sounds like you're saying razor blades in Australian accent. So do it again.
Rise up, lights.
Isn't it funny?
Rise up, lights.
Rise up,
Rise
lights.
up, lights.
Rise up, lights. Razor blades.
Rise up, lights.
Rise up, lights.
That's
Now
not good.
Why?
Because Ron and Logan used the rise up blades. Don't laugh at that. Like, this is what I was talking about. It could be a murder weapon. Oh my god. What's your shirt say? Moldova?
Oh, it says, hold on. What is this leak? It says Malibu.
Are you trying to make your top lip look bigger?
It's tucked in my pants. So you can't, it says Malibu Tennis Club. I don't play tennis. Never been to Malibu. What about my top lip?
That's what's up. I was saying, were you trying to make it look bigger to getting closer to the camera?
If I could do anything to make my top lip look bigger, don't you think I would do it? I mean, there are things I can do, but aside from like things that are painful, don't you think I would have pursued those avenues by now?
Well, I was thinking of your hater.
I know I don't see them in here. Thanks, Judgy. Judgy
Woman
likes
took care of it a long time ago.
Okay.
Oh,
Our
shit.
special guest is here. So,
okay, I gotta go.
Connie. Okay, bye, DB.
I'll hide.
Everyone say thank you. Bye, DB. He's going to be here in the background being respectful. Connie is here.
Well,
Connie is... What?
I wouldn't be disrespectful.
You're never disrespectful. Only to me. Connie is here. Welcome, Connie. I love you. Everybody is really happy to see you. And we are going to dive in now to our Ron Logan deep dive. Everybody put a 1 in the chat for the beautiful Connie Dillman, who is strong and smart and brave. And we're all very, very, very happy to see you. Laura says, hi, Connie. Mar says, welcome, Connie. I saw some other stuff here. Judgy says, Connie, with lots of hearts. Woman says, hi, Connie, you angel. So excited. Alrighty. So let's talk about Ron Logan, shall we? Look at all these ones. These are all for Connie. Tammy says, hi, Connie. Bunny says, welcome, Connie. One. Connie is here. Yes, she is here. Hella in the chat. She is watching us. She is our hero. Hi, 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 hi. 1, 1, 1, 1. Look at all of this love you're getting. There's nothing that to change about your lips. Thank you, possum friend. Connie, we love you, says Christina Jarvis. I am here if we have questions.
Could actually
Some guy with cancer says hello. Woman says one bad word and you will be booted. And she don't even have to ask my permission before she boots because she is woman doing chaos and she has full reign. Jen says hi. Connie with a heart. Look at all of this Connie love. Hi, Free Ricky Bay. Thomas Scott says hi, Connie. Christine says hi, Connie. This is awesome. Thank you for being here, Connie. Alexander says hello, Connie. Let's go. Jake Snyder is here. Welcome, Connie. I said 1. All right, y'all. Y'all are awesome. Moonville says my middle name is Connie. Who is Ron Logan and what does he have to do with Delphi? I'm so glad you asked. Connie, how are you? All right. Where is my Google Drive? Here it is. Also, I don't know if you guys follow, and someone help me because I can't. I think it's called Hidden Killers. Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Is that his name? Connie feels overwhelmed. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. You are brave and you are our hero. I have to. Yeah, I gotta get Connie a link. Tony Bruschi. There you go. So he did a really good live today. And he did feature a couple clips of Connie on News Nation and from both the CW documentary that she participated in and from, what's it called? Bruschi. Is it Bruschi? Isn't it Bruschi? And from her recent interview with Ashley Banfield. Hi, Lily Shaw. Veronica is excited to see you here, Connie. So if you haven't watched that, everyone, go see it. Connie, I don't know. So Connie, you don't have to. You can hang out in the chat like you're doing here, Connie. That's totally fine. We can always plan another night to have you like come on. But if you want, we can also send you, yes, we can also send you a link and you can come on and talk to us too. It's up to you. You let me know, my dear. Connie will be on Dateline NBC next month. Yes. I can't wait. Yes. That's really exciting, Connie. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. So for those of you who don't know, Connie is a good friend of mine. I actually met Connie back in, well, I became familiar with Connie back in 2022, I believe. And the Dateline. Connie, actually, she grew up local to Delphi area, and Connie actually was in a relationship with Ron Logan in the 80s. I believe from 82 to 87, Connie, if I'm not mistaken. And I did an interview with Connie after many phone calls where Connie told her story. If you've not seen that, I might play it later when I take Boone out for the first time. I know a lot of us have seen it a bunch, but I actually just rewatched it the other day because it's my favorite thing I've ever done. I am so honored that Connie spoke to me so honestly about her experiences dating Ron. But also not just that, her experiences as a survivor of prolonged severe intimate partner violence. And Connie is one of the very cool, very fortunate, very brave individuals who has managed to get out of that situation. And we're very, very grateful that she is here today. And that's all I'm going to say for now. She did. She survived a relationship with Ron Logan. Whew. So here we go. Ron Logan. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm so sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen. Connie rules. Connie heroically on News Nation this week. There is a link, y'all. Click it. All right. Ronald Eugene Logan was born in Delphi, Indiana on October 19th. No, October 14th. Why did I say 19th? On October 14th, 1939. A son was born on Saturday to Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Logan at their home here. The baby has been named Ronnie Eugene. Adorable. Connie, I don't know if you can see the chat, but so many people are really, really sending you a lot of love. One question, Connie, that I don't even know. I think you and I have talked about this before, and I don't know that we have an answer. This is Connie's very first time live on a YouTube chat. She says, DB, I'm going to kill you. Connie, I don't know. Do you know the answer to this? Why does Ron not have an obituary? Great question. I would love to know the answer. I have an opinion. Hi, Dolly. Dolly Talk says, Eugene is my dad's name. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, 1939, he's born in Delphi. He attended Delphi. Oops. Schools. I don't know how to get this to like not be ridiculous. There's the little guy. So one thing about Ron, he has one sister. I believe he is 2 years older than her. And Connie, you already know this about me, but you are more than free to correct me if there's anything that I'm getting wrong. So here he is, Delphi High School, 1954. Ronnie Logan. These are just Delphi yearbook pictures. We love, oops, our newspaper subscription. There he is. He was in the science and math club. One thing about Ron, he was very intelligent. He was a very intelligent man. Did one of Ron Logan's sons die before him? No, Criminal Network. I do not believe so. Criminality makes a good point. Went to school with Joe Maxwell. He sure did. Is that Eddie Munster? So Ron was in the science and math club in high school. He was also, I want to say, president of student council, but maybe I'm doing a misinfo. Let me see. Front row, left to right. There's a bunch of people. You probably, diehard Delphi followers probably recognize some names. Back row, here's Mr. Where is he? R. Logan. There he is. Nice haircut. It kind of looks like a cop haircut, no? DB says, big science math guy. So while he was in high school, he was on the honor roll, served on the student council, participated in the math, science, and theater clubs. He was on the newspaper. He was an Oracle staff member for the newspaper. He was in the junior play, and he was the class president of his class. He was quite popular. He only had one son, says Connie. Thank you very much, Connie. One son named Ryan, who is very much still alive. Last I checked, which was like not long ago. Prom. Members of the class of 1957, which was Ron's class, were guests of the class of 1958 at the annual junior prom. The big event was held in the North Ballroom of Purdue University's Union Building on May 11th. The girls were very lovely in their new prom formals, and the boys very handsome in their white dinner jackets as they danced the music of the Spotlighters and the prom's theme, Harlem Nocturne. The prom was climaxed by the crowning of the king and queen, Ron Logan and Sandra Jones. Ron Logan, prom source. Prom king. Sandra Jones is a name that we will hear again. And Connie says 1957 is the year that I was born. So Connie was born the year that Ron Logan was graduating high school. And if y'all did catch the interview that I did with Miss Connie, you'll remember that when Miss Connie first met Ron, he told her that he was much younger than he was. He was not upfront about his age, but he was very charming. So age is just a number. All right, here's Ron, and I think this is supposed to be a crown. This is Ron Logan, prom king, and Sandra, prom queen. Sandra's name will come up again. Criminality, great question. How many times was Ron married? Ron was married 3 times. He was married, I have the years written down. But not in front of me, but we will get to that. But he was married first to a woman very briefly, I want to say less than 4 years. He was married to her. They divorced, and then his second marriage was to, he was the valedictorian, says Connie. Yes, he was. His second marriage was to a woman named Cleo, with whom he had his, yes, Olivia Cleone and a woman named Karen, criminality. And he had his son Ryan with his second wife, Cleo, who I believe, not to dox, but like whatever. I think she's out in Ohio now. And one sister named Joyce. Ron graduated, and then these are screenshots from the video that we watched last time, but these are, whatever, it's my timeline. Ron graduated in 1957. He joined the ROTC, and DB was helping me kind of like decipher his DD-214 document that I got from the National Archives through a FOIA request. However, as I understand it, I think you can have multiple DD-214. So I have one piece of paper from his military history. That's the best that they would give me. So I have to re-request them. I requested them right as they were opening, like their, they shut down all of their FOIA response, and were prioritizing basically family members requesting, you know, the DD-214s and discharge and documents from their family members due to the pandemic. And so it took forever. All that, you know, all that to say, DB. I only have one document from Ron's military history, and it's very confusing to me, and DB explained it to me earlier. I think I have a little bit better of an understanding of it, but if I'm not mistaken, DB, he probably has other DD-214s, because that one was issued in 1958, right? And he was actually, I think he completed his service, like his last year was like 1960, I want to say. Woman says, protect Connie at all costs. I have to step away. You got it. Ron was recruited into the U.S. Navy upon his graduation from Delphi High School in 1957. And he immediately, started basic training in Great Lakes, Illinois in August 1957. Now, I think I said this last time, but the majority, actually all of the information that I have about Ron's time in the Navy is from self-reported by basically his parents from the comment. So I don't know how accurate it is. I suspect it's accurate because I think the information back in like the 50s, newspapers were kind of hilarious, and they would report just literally anything. And you could be like, hey, Ron's visiting us Following his completion of his boot training, he's going to go to San Diego, California for 6 months, and then they put in the paper, and it was like a brag. Like a brag, not in a bad way, but whatever. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because, Judy, that's a great question. The answer is yes. The reason I brought that up is because it has been tremendously difficult for me to find any actual documentation supporting the self-reported naval timeline history of Ron. So the best that we have is the comet, which is a great, historical record, but it's also we're at the mercy of what people tell us. So I imagine that the comet is reporting based on information that Ron's like mom or somebody shared. That makes sense. So it's the best we have, but I think what we'll get to in a little bit is like, there are some discrepancies in the timeline. That makes sense. Dishonorable discharge ? Asked Connie. This is a great question, Connie, and it's one that I still have not found the answer to. So the reason that I was requesting his DD-214 documents is because, as I understood it, those documents will give you very limited information, but they will tell you like the type of discharge that a person was issued when they severed from the service. And what's interesting about Ron is that while he is a veteran, he did serve in the Navy, he did not pursue or utilize or possess any veteran benefit that I could find. And that includes, like, I have gone through every single purchase and mortgage and reverse mortgage and financing document for his homes. And there's nothing, there's no VA loans in there. His health insurance was not through the VA ever. A favorable reenlistment code. So DB, that's why I was asking you that DD-214 is from what year, please, sir? Wasn't that from 1958? So the very beginning of his service? Because if that's true, then we're missing. Connie says he's not a veteran. Fair, Connie. In the Navy. Other than honorable is common. Yeah. Bella. Baby's not going to answer me. Anyway, we don't know what his discharge status was. I just know that he's not utilized any VA benefits of any kind that I could find. At least not in any publicly available documents. Actually, when he divorced Jeannie, part of the divorce negotiation had to do with him staying on her health insurance because he did not have means to be insured otherwise. So I do have a lot of questions about that. So I don't know. I guess I have a lot of the same questions that I'm seeing in the chat. I wish that I had more information, but if nothing else, maybe we can kind of find some of these answers. Was his funeral paid for by the VA? He did not. He had a viewing, Legion, and then he was cremated. And I don't believe, he doesn't even have an obituary, so I doubt it. I don't know what the viewing consisted of. I just know that his ex-wife speaks about viewing him. I was going to go look at the date of the document you sent me. Yeah, because I feel like it was from 1958, Deebs, but I don't remember. It was either... Well, but then you found 1963 on it too, but it wasn't issued then, right? Connie has more information. Connie. This is interesting. J Rabbit says VA healthcare was more so in the 80s, more taboo. Interesting. Okay, so again, he completes Navy basic training, Comet reports Ron is visiting his parents, completing his boot camp at Great Lakes, Illinois. He plans to leave September 2nd for San Diego, California for 6 months of special training. 63 is the date of his contract expiration. Right, DB. Right. That's right. But what do we know when that was issued? That like document? I feel like it was 58. Contract expiration. I think I need DB maybe like another time you can come on and do what you did for me for everybody with like a walkthrough of what that means, because that is like very confusing to my non-military brain. And you explained it very well, and I still have no idea what most of it means. Ashes were spread over his property. It was very private. Interesting, Connie. I want to pin that. We knew he was cremated. We didn't know this. So he was cremated and his ashes were spread over his property. It was a very private affair. Interesting. Regina says, was there a death certificate? I have never been able to find a death certificate for Ron Logan. If someone else has one, that would be cool. Beans, thanks, Bean. I tried that, but thank you. I appreciate it. It's really straightforward. Okay. Well, not for me. Not for this brain. It was not super straightforward when I was trying to read it, but it might be for someone else, and I'm going to share it in a second. Jake Snyder says, my brother's ashes were shot out of his cannon. That's fucking awesome. That is cool. That is really cool, Jake. Thank you for sharing that with us. Connie, do you know where on his property his ashes were spread? Yes, this is true source. There's a legal entry of his son receiving his estate. Yep. Over his property? Is that normal, asks Ariel? I think it's interesting. I think Ron will say anything to be liked or to be cool. Was there really a pig roast and meth party the weekend before? Ron Logan has one grown child named Ryan. I believe he's in his 40s now. Carroll County has the coroner has the obituary. So there's no obituary. There is the Delphi Oracle, the high school newspaper, or not the high school, the high school alumni website did like a little blurb with his date of death on there. But Ariel says, I accidentally inhaled some of my dad's ashes when we put them in the Rocky. Oh no. Oh no. There are worse things to inhale. Wow. That's a cool place to scatter them though. Hi, physics. Super odd. A box cutter came up in 2017 and years later in Rick Allen's confession. Maybe he's in a witness protection program. He also has a grandson. Thank you, Darla. Okay. So his grandson's probably like a teenager now, I would imagine. Or maybe even older, like an older teen. That's pretty fucking metal. It sure is. Could have been keyboard cleaner, Ariel. That's a great point. Hey, nobody, nothing. Good to see you. Fold 3, Indy Cindy. I have looked. Oh my God, have I looked? Y'all, please look. We're going to go through what I could find, which is literally nothing. I have found zero record in Fold 3 or any newspaper or anything of Ron Logan's time in the service. Connie says there were no meth parties. The property was clean, all 40 acres. He was very, I don't use the word controlling. I don't even mean that in a negative way. He was very particular of his property. Connie, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but Untamable says, what clubs and organizations or religious groups did Ron belong to, if you know of any? Who Dis has entered the chat. Hi, Who Dis. That's interesting physics. No defense wounds. He had access to horse tranquilizers. One of the questions that I asked Connie during our conversation in that interview was, did Ron ever drug you? And I believe that your answer, Connie, was not that you know of, but you don't know because there's a lot of things you don't remember from that time period for a lot of different reasons. It was a long time ago. It It was traumatic. Our brain protects us sometimes from traumatic memories. But it's an interesting question, I think, in general. Hey, Andy. Very protective of his property. That's right. I totally, yeah. Country girl, protective of your property is probably normal. Cranky old fart runs people off my property. Yeah, for sure. He was an atheist. He was very atheist, actually, in fact. You might not know. Oh, I missed your question. Let me go back. Indy Cindy, what are the records? So fold 3 is like a whatever. It's like a military archive site where a lot of public records from the military are digitized. But I've not been able to find anything about his time in the military. So I would love to. Connie, our friend Hot Pocket says, oops, I lost it. Thank you for being here, Connie. I know that it is hard. Hey, Skinny, good to see you. People are trying to steal from his barn a lot. That's true. Was Ron Logan racist or anti-government? Question mark. Okay. We are still in 1957. So he is brand new. Green as can be in the Navy at this time. He completed his ROTC basic training at Brainbridge, Maryland, and he received a full naval scholarship to Marquette University, a four-year university out in Wisconsin. He was very smart. This is an article, again, from, I believe, from the Comet, Brainbridge. FHTNC, something, naval something. I bet someone in here knows what that stands for. When I was with Ron, neither of us drank or did drugs, says Connie. And Connie, I believe Ron was sober at the time, right? Like he was intentionally sober at the time, or at least for part of that relationship, if I remember correctly, which is very interesting because you met him in a bar. A sober guy hanging out in a bar, drinking a Pepsi. It's interesting. Hey, Andy. Andy is here. If y'all do not subscribe to Andy Kopsa's channel, y'all need to do that. She is a real journalist, and we are happy she is here. Okay. Ronald, oops, I'm going to try and read this the best I can. Ronald E. Logan, electronics technician, seaman, U.S. Navy, his son of Mr. and Mrs. Raymond E. Logan, there's the address we couldn't find, 766 East Main Street, Delphi. Graduated August 8th from the Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps program at the Naval Preparatory School. 9-week course designed for enlisted candidates from the Navy and Marine Corps, consists of refresher training in English, mathematics, and science. Successful candidates were chosen in mid-July by a special selection board convened by the Chief of Naval Personnel. Graduates will enter the college of their choice this fall under the auspices of the Navy. Upon graduation from college, they'll be commissioned as ensigns in the Navy or second lieutenants in the Marine Corps. They are required to serve 4 years of active duty after completing college. What was the date on this clip? This is from 1957. I have the actual clip saved somewhere. I believe this is like August 1957, but I can find the exact date for you, Indiana Girl. After this, I'll share my drive. I don't think that was everything. Should have. Okay. Here we go. I was like, I feel like I had more dates than that. Indy did not find anything of note in Fold 3. Yeah, it's been a pain in the dick to find anything about his time in the Navy. And actually, what's interesting is that Connie, when I first met Connie and we first began conversing, I asked Connie about Ron's time in the Navy, and she did not. Connie, I don't think you were aware that he didn't serve any time in the Navy. I asked you about it, and I think you were like, I never knew it. He never talked about it ever, which is fine. It's just interesting, I think. Moonchild says, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm really trying to understand people believe Alan's innocent and how you'll stand by a defense team that changed their whole defense after losing. Moonchild, thank you for being here. I believe you're not trying to cause trouble. If that is true, I hope you will just kind of be open to sorry, y'all, I'm trying to catch up to the conversation that we're having. Also, I think it's important to keep in mind that the defense team's job is not to solve this crime at all. The defense team's job is to point out all of the infinite reasonable doubt in this case and point out any number of third-party suspects that are infinitely more likely to have committed this crime than Richard Allen. So I don't believe that anything about their defense has changed. People need to get the exact date of his death. It's 1/24/2022. Thank you, Connie. And it's so crazy making because I still see it reported as 2020 a lot of places. I don't know why. Maybe because it's like he died during and from COVID that people think that that maybe 2020 gets like thrown in there. But he died on January. Oops, I want to pin that, Connie, if I can find it. He died on January 24th, 2022. I do appreciate that there are people in here who are not sold on Richard Allen's innocence. I think I said at the beginning, or I tried to at least, like, I'm very upfront about my belief about his innocence, but I don't want to like isolate and ostracize people that aren't because, you know, hashtag free Rick Allen. So if people have questions about why we feel that way, I really feel like it's important to try and answer them if they're asked in good faith. And I feel like that was asked in good faith. So that's all. But I mean, y'all are great. I don't feel like I need to tell you anything. This is also a good thought. Maybe there was some shame or even Connie even just not completing his like tenure. He was super prideful. So maybe there was something, I mean, he was very private. It's okay to be private. He was also quite prideful. I could see him not wanting to talk about having not completed his naval contract. Hi, Asha Harry. Good to see you. All right. So he was an electronics technician in the Navy, which was a relatively new role at the time. Pretty cool, though. This is his electronics technician insignia. That is not him, but this is him. This is a picture. This is the best picture that we have of him in a uniform, some uniform. I believe that is his Yeah, there he is. Ron Logan, son of Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Bud Logan, in his electronics technician Navy uniform. So in winter of 1958, and I believe that document that he said he didn't complete it. Yes, DB, he did tell Barbara McDonald that, but he also did not graduate from Marquette University, and he did not discharge in 1963. He told me. Miku says lots of former military people don't like to talk about their time in the military, too. That's very common. Absolutely. Ron completes his Class A electronics technician school in winter 1958. He did this at Treasure Island Naval Station in San Francisco, California. I don't think Treasure Island still exists anymore. It might, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there was like some, they have like a, sometimes with like toxic biohazard problem there. I don't remember exactly. Yes, DB. From 1958 to 1960, Ron attended college in Wisconsin, and he traveled with the Navy throughout the U.S. and the Mediterranean. Treasure Island is there. There are homes built on it, says Erica Thorpe. Thank you, Erica Thorpe. I hope that I'm wrong then about the biohazard and the toxic gas that I read. Okay. Is it still a, it's probably not still a, it closed, says DB. Okay, thank you. I don't know if this is really needs to be said, but I'm going to go ahead and say I am not an expert in anything related to any of this. So I don't know shit about the military. So if I'm getting things wrong or explaining them like a layperson, that's because I am one. So if there's things that are being misstated by me, feel free to correct me politely. Men in Service, Mediterranean. Ron E. Logan. This is, I believe this is from 1958 as well. Ronald E. Logan, electronics technician seaman, U.S. Navy, son of Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Logan of 766 East Main Street at Delphi, is serving abroad. The attack transport, USS Monrovia, operating with the U.S. 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. The Monrovia, a unit of the amphibious Squadron 6, began her 6-month cruise late in July out of Norfolk, Virginia. Courtney and I actually have the cruise logs for this. Courtney and I have gone through every page of the logs for this cruise in particular. There was like one of like original, I wish she was here. I'd have to ask her exactly what it was. There was like one non-digitized, like actual log book that sold on eBay right before we started looking into it. We haven't been able to track down another one since. But like everything else with Mr. Logan, I have struggled to find any indication, any record of him on that cruise. And that is not me saying he didn't go. So don't get it fucking twisted. I'm saying I can't find any record officially of him on that cruise. So if anybody is like a wizard with research and archives and hunting down info, anything we can find from his time in the Navy would be great, because I've been looking for like 3 years. I can't find it. I can't find shit. But he did leave late July 1959 for this. Miku, good question. Thank you. So this would be the Monrovia had, I think, it had like a 1956 or something cruise, which obviously wouldn't be his. And then his was 1959 to January 1960, I believe. Physics says Marquette is Catholic. Yes, it is. So again, he was on the USS Monrovia, Squadron 6, left out of Norfolk, Virginia in July 1959, and I believe came back, I don't have to look where it came back into, in January 1960, and it traveled all throughout. They spent a lot of time in like Italy. I think the majority of the time was in Italy. They went to Greece. I have to look. If that's interesting to y'all, I can find it. I think this is my final slide for this. So he barked backwards once. Andy says, I just wanted to drop in and say hey to all of you. I'm so hangry and my cat is going to eat my face. Thanks for being you. XX. Good night, Andy. Glad you're here. July to March. Miku, that's probably the one. So things I have done to track down or source the information that we just went through from the comment. I did FOIA the National Archives back in 2022. They sent me one page after months and months of hounding them. Literally, I had to wait until actually, it might have been January 2023. Actually, the military has a rule. It's like 63 years from the time of discharge, I believe, is when records become public to non-family members. And yes, Coronality, you are correct. It does say that. It sure does. It sure does. This is interesting. Ron's middle name is Eugene Marianne. So I FOIA'd the National Archives. They gave me one document. It is his DD-214. I will link it. DB was helping me make sense of it, and I still have a lot of questions. The other thing, it is so random. The other thing that is, I guess, a little confusing to me is his DD-214 was issued. I don't know if DB is still in here. I'll ask you again if you are. I think this one that we have was issued in 1958, right? Or no? Maybe it doesn't say when it was issued. It just says date of rank. So anyway, I will share it. Y'all can look at it. And these are all public. Don't at me. I will link it right now, JC. Laura says, I have pics of Ron at the dump that morning. Yes, there's also a video, I believe, right? I think we have it, of Ron at the dump that morning. Although I don't know if it's time-stamped. I would love a time-stamped one. There are 3 Richard Eugenes in my family. It's not a bad name. It's a good name. I'm muted. Really, Laura? That's interesting. The morning of the 14th. So he went back to the dump on the morning of the 14th, Laura, is what you're saying? I would love those photos if you have them. He even took it down from his site. Stephen Curry, where did he get that video? Do you know? I have it, DB. Thank you. Hi, DB. Welcome back. With your birds.
Hello.
Hi.
What?
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Pretty good. You gonna explain a DD214 to us?
If you'd like. Could you pull it up?
Yes, I can. Do it right now.
This Moonchild person's really got it figured out, eh?
I can't see them. I don't know why. Can you say anything about what Barbara McDonald told you, what Ron said on his deathbed? I don't know what he said on his deathbed, but I do know, Connie, we can talk about what he said to her. Absolutely. I was actually going to play parts of that video with the Barbara interview, or whatever you want to call it, in a little bit here. So absolutely, Connie, we can talk about what he told Barbara. I think that it is important. I'm sorry, DB, I'm trying to load it. Okay. Here we go. You have to just tell me how to scroll.
Ooh, what a spooky background.
Right?
Okay, so where's JC? Is JC in here still? Or did he get distracted? JC said he's worked with some of these before, so okay, so number one, it does say under character of service, he was separated and transferred or discharged from duty under honorable conditions. So that's the standard, you got out or you transferred, you were discharged from service.
Can I ask a question, DB?
Yes.
Because I keep asking, when was this document issued?
So if you scroll down.
Okay. Scrolling down.
All the way. Keep going. I'm going to see if these should be dated down here, the signatures.
Oh, okay. I couldn't find it. The only thing I could find was this thingy up here, but that's not a date, so.
Okay, scroll back to the top. Scroll down just enough to get the header out of it so I can see more of it. Okay. So under transfer of discharge data, it does say August 58. So I would imagine that this is the last thing in the record for this transaction. So I know the dates that are passed on the other side of 58 would only be the terminal date of reserve obligation, which would be 63. But that's a future date. So they're saying that he's transferring to this reserve unit. He's being discharged from his training, and he's going to be stationed in the selective service out of that ROTC unit. So that is definitely a future date. That's the end of his reserve contract date, which I think since he enlisted in 57, he had a standard 6-year reserve contract probably. I don't know if he signed up for a reserve contract and then went to ROTC.
Connie is correct, yeah.
About what?
He didn't finish his 4 years. So the reason I'm asking when this is issued, which I think it's 1958, because the only thing that we found right is this is his contract end, right? 63.
Right.
So this is from 1958, I think.
Yeah, that's not 4 years though. especially if he enlisted and went to A school in 57. 63
No.
would
I'm
have been
saying
6
this.
years.
I'm just trying to figure out this. I'm just trying to figure out when this was issued because he was done in 1960. So whatever that means, he was out in 1960. So I'm just trying to figure out because there has to be another DD 214 or another document for his like final separation, right?
Yeah. Unless, but the thing is that deployment to, where did he go again? Monrovia?
Yeah, like the Mediterranean.
I would think that he would have gotten a DD-214 for that too if he was in the reserves.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So why did
They're
they give that
too,
to me when I FOIA'd?
well, they don't give a fuck.
I know,
Maybe
but I want
because
it.
that one wasn't 63 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it was. It was 63 years from discharge, which was 1960.
You have a discharge? They said his discharge date was 1960?
Yes, it was. I have it somewhere. I have to find the email.
Oh,
But
so that
yes,
came
it
in
was
the
shit.
email, not in the actual FOIA return?
I don't know what that means. What's the difference? I sent a FOIA in and they sent this to me via email. Is that not
Well,
a FOIA
just
return?
that if it came with the documents in the FOIA return, it's like a header or like a cover page.
It came directly from the National Archives, like, person.
And in the email, it said that his discharge date was 60.
Yes, I had to provide his discharge date. I had to provide his social. I had to provide a bunch of info, and they had to verify. It took like 6 months. They had to verify that it had in fact been 63 years. And I believe I requested it in January 23. And the reason they were able to provide it to me was because his final like separation was in 1960.
So, J Rabbit says, for whatever reason, he declined the program and went to shipboard. Yeah, I think so, but it doesn't make sense that this would be his last DD-214 if he went to Monrovia. Because right here, this looks like he did his initial training at A school, did his sub school, and then transferred back to his reserve unit into the ROTC program at Marquette, but then just a couple months later went on the Monrovia. I'm a little biased because I like the arc.
Am I wrong? No.
I'm not.
Oh my God, same, says woman.
I mean, you asked me to help interpret it. I'm just telling you what it looks like to me.
I know. I'm grateful. But just requested from the Navy. I did, Fiend. Can you help me, FOIA Master? You had a lot better than I had. I don't know how, like, this took me a year. Like, I tried pretty much everything. I don't know if it was because COVID. I don't know why. I tried the National Archives. I tried a regular FOIA. Yeah, I know, Gracie. I tried a bunch of stuff. I can go back and look. It's been 2 years. And so, Fiend.
What do you think, Fiend?
It's not basic to me at all, Fiend. So here's the link. Here's the link, everybody. Whoever believes that they can interpret this better, please do. I asking in good faith for help understanding this because this is very confusing to me. So DB has been kind enough to help me interpret it, but it seems like there's still, like, I still feel like there's got to be another, there's got to be more. He has more military records. I don't know why they're not. They also told me that it would take them a long time to find them because I guess once that 63-year happens, they like physically, this sounds insane. This is what I was told. They have to physically move. I'm not doing that. They have to physically move the records into like they go from one location to the National Archives location and then they all get digitized. That's what I was told. So it like takes a while. There's also COVID, so whatever.
Jay Rabbit. Sorry.
Connie says time to move on. I agree with you, Connie. Yeah, you're right, Connie.
Okay.
Fiend has read hundreds. Well, read this one, Fiend. When was it issued? Please tell me. Sorry, we're all done with the documents, boys. The National Archives, the National Archives, yeah, they did have a fire, but it did not affect these records in particular. It was like, I believe it was, I don't know what it was. It was like 1970 something. His were not impacted by that. Kathy Shen can find them for you. Way to keep us on track, Connie. All right. So how about this? Imagine working for National Archives and having to scan documents. I'd get nothing done. I'd read everything. I know. Same, Ariel. I was actually thinking about that. I'm retired, 29 years. Cool, J Rabbit. I'm glad you're here. I put it in the chat, T. It's right there. I think it links. I can't open it. Damn it. Yeah, I'll DM it. I'll post it. They do need volunteers who can read cursive. Yeah, that's a great. Hi, Jer. Good to see you. I thought that a DD-214 was a paper that they give you upon dismissal and it only states the reason for leaving with rank. Am I thinking of the wrong document? No, Erica, I think you're thinking of the right document. That was my understanding too, which is why when I got this, I was like, what am I looking at? Because so we can maybe do another live just about this document because that link doesn't work. Shit. Yeah, we're going to move on after this because me and the other dummies don't know how to read it. It's very confusing. So anyone on the internet with this link can view it. This should work. I don't know why it's not working. Try it again, please, y'all. Link not working for me. Why? That one worked. Okay, good. Whew. Jerry, thank you, Jer. That is so generous. I appreciate you. That's really sweet. Discharge date is the second section. 14 of August, 1958. That's what I thought. So this one here. So he was discharged, at least not like official discharge, but like discharged from, well, DB's, I don't know if you're still here, DB, but he was like discharged from whatever this is. And then he was put on what? Like reserve? And then he went to school and then he went on a cruise. Help me.
I thought you still want to go over it?
No, we don't have to. I can be done with it.
Well, I can still go over it. I'd like to.
I just don't understand it still. I think that there's still questions about it. So it's up to y'all. What do you want to do? You want to figure this out, or I don't want to like split hairs if it's not interesting.
I think the document is pretty straightforward, but there's other information, like straightforward for what it is. Like somebody that can tell and what's in it. It's like very basic shit, but it's not that it's complicated that normal people don't understand it. It's just there's not that much information in it. And
I got you.
And because you know more from outside of the four corners of this document, it makes it confusing. So yeah, he transferred from, this document is saying he transferred from being an active duty trainee in those two schools that he went to, and he went to the reserves, the inactive reserves, to participate in their OTC program.
Okay, got it.
And
so this,
guys,
yeah.
I get that you think like like it's easy to get a dishonorable discharge. Like you have to commit like a violent felony and
Yeah.
go to prison to get a dishonorable discharge.
Right. What's the alternative, DB?
Other than honorable,
That's it. Other than, yeah.
general, like you could, like if you smoke weed, do crack, and like a bunch of heroin and sell it, you might not get a dishonorable discharge. You know, like it's a very, very high standard. You have to get court-martialed. You have to go to prison. It like people think like, oh, dishonorable discharge means you fucked up, you got out, but it's a punitive thing.
Yeah, you basically, as I understand it, you have to basically like murder or almost murder someone, or I think like I do believe like I don't know, I can't remember the thing. But it was like you're basically going to prison is what you would.
Yeah. You go into the Fort Bragg. Indiana girl says,
Mhm.
DB, but he could have had an other than honorable. And that would prevent VA benefits, which I think is the telling part. I mean,
That's
what would you
true.
get
It
it?
does prevent some.
Is it?
Yes. It can prevent some. It doesn't prevent all of them like a dishonorable discharge does, but an other than honorable discharge from what I've researched, there's certain benefits that you do not get to enjoy. Yeah, this is not, yes. So criminality. Yes. He was honorably discharged from, how did you say it, DB? He was honorably discharged from his training school. Right. So there are more documents. I don't know how we got on, like, I'm not trying to prove or disprove that he was honorably discharged. I'm just trying to show that, like, this is just the only archive that I have of his military service, and I would like more. And there are more. I just don't have them. So that's all. That's it. We are going in circles, I fear.
Your brother is probably confused. It's very difficult, especially to get a dishonorable discharge in under 180 days of service.
Maybe. Look at through
Well,
March.
like I hope,
Yeah.
if you think you have a dishonorable discharge, this happens to so many people. They think that because they popped on a piss test that they can't, even if they serve or injured in combat, all this stuff, like they think that they're just screwed. They can't get any benefits. In reality, like the military tries to scare you away from, using your benefits all the time. And it's just inherent to service, like to be brainwashed not to use them. And a lot of times people, don't know much about their discharge because it's a very traumatic thing for them sometimes. Like they're going through a lot of different shit, huge transitions in their lives. They're immature, they did something bad, and they just think, fuck, I got a dishonorable discharge. But yeah, like smoking weed is like usually a general discharge, especially pre-service. It'd be an administrative discharge, most likely. But I mean, people, they say, I got a dishonorable when they're 18. They don't really know, and then they just repeat that over and over and over again. Their family says, "Oh yeah," so it just becomes like part of how they describe their experiences sometimes. But
like a verbiage thing. DB, I think that I did read this. It's like murder or like if you beat your wife, like, or your spouse bad. I'm pretty sure I read, like, they're very specific about things, but I'm pretty sure that they don't like that. I think
yeah, violent felony.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you said, right? Obviously, that'd be a violent felony. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Well, there you have it, folks. He was in the military he was in ROTC. He graduated in 1957 from high school and immediately went into basic training. And he served in some capacity from 1957 until 1960. The specifics of his service and his discharge, that's not saying, I don't mean discharge like, oh, he was dishonorably discharged. I'm saying the specifics of all of that. We don't have the information, so I don't know. But we do know that he right. He's a naughty. Post-punk says mother friend has a naval scout violently assaulted. He's a naughty. To receive a dishonorable discharge in the Navy during the 50s, a service member would need to be convicted of a serious crime during a court-martial, such as desertion, assault with a deadly weapon. Right. Has to be real bad.
Yeah, and desertion would be in combat. Like, you'd have to be in country, in like a mission, and it's not just away without leave. That's desertion's very serious.
So, DB, are you also taking into consideration that like the not rules, but like the rules, the policies have probably changed since 1950s, you know what I mean? A little? Like they might be a little different back then?
Yeah, for sure.
There are a lot of military folks in here. Thank you all for your service. We appreciate you. Hot Dog Cop says Israel Keys was honorably discharged and from the military.
Right.
He was a cuckoo. It's a great
Israel
point.
Keys always got what he wanted. That's why. Fucking psycho,
God.
dude.
Yeah. Don't say ROTC that way. What did I say?
Rotzi.
I just said ROTC. Okay. We're going to take a segue here because this went into the weeds, but DB, thank you. I feel like I have a better understanding. Hard to desert when you're on a submarine. That's a great point. He completed basic training and was about to begin college as of this document. Yes, absolutely. He then went to... Give me a tip. I think he went to Wisconsin. We know that he got a full ride to Marquette University. Now, I have spoken to Marquette University, to the registrar twice, and both conversations and inquiries yielded the same answer, which was, we have no record of that person ever attending this university. Not to say that he didn't attend that university. We know he did not graduate from that university. He does not have a college degree. But he did get a full ride to Marquette, and he did, at least for some of the time, attend Marquette University. They just, for some reason, I'm going to have to try something else to get his Marquette University. I also went through the ROTC yearbooks. Sorry if I said that wrong, Fiend. And the Marquette University yearbooks and the Marquette Navy like special yearbooks for every year that he could have been there. And I can't find anything. So this is where we're going to get into the hearsay, rumor, speculation, and unsourced part of the live. Connie makes a good point. He was involved or witnessed a terrible act abroad in Italy. This is true. So, yeah. So Ron told people that while he was in Genoa, Italy, around Christmas time in 1959, this was during that Mediterranean cruise, he had told several people throughout his life course that he was at a bar while they were docked or whatever the word is, and Genoa, Italy, and he said that he witnessed in the back room of a bar somebody, trigger warning, cut the throat of a prostitute, for lack of that's what you call it, a prostitute, sex worker, prostitute, whatever. I believe the word he used was probably Genoa, right? Isn't that what it's called? I don't think it's Genovia. I think it's Genoa, Italy. Did I say Genovia? I might have said Genovia. He claims that he witnessed somebody murder a prostitute. He told Barbara McDonald during her interviews, maybe one day she'll talk about this. Maybe she's watching and she'll get pissed that I said this, and then she'll want to correct me and actually tell us what really happened. But as I was told, Ron told Barbara he recounted this story to her as well. And I believe he said something along the lines of like, this is third-hand information, so I gave y'all a disclaimer. He described it as an erotic experience. And I don't know what would kind of like invoke him to share that with her, but it would, I mean, there were a number of things that she experienced when she was interviewing him that left her feeling very unsettled. And I think she's even said that like on the record on Court TV. So that's Grace Face says, haha, yikes. Yeah, yikes. Yikes for sure. So that's a story that he's told. He's told other people that he was the one who did it, but I don't think that that is the more common. I think what he mostly tells people is that he witnessed this horrible thing occur. So that's weird. I don't know that that happened, but we did look up. Bill says that's a weird word choice. Yeah, I would agree with that. We looked. So that's why we were trying to track down, like, I mean, Courtney and I, before Rick was arrested, when we were really just like in rabbit holes all the time, this was probably like the summer and fall of 2022, before Rick's arrest, we were in like a Genoa, Italy rabbit hole trying to find like, not like they're going to be reporting widely on like prostitutes that are killed by U.S. service members in 1959, if it did occur. But we were trying to find some reporting or some proof that this incident occurred. And of course we could find nothing. So who knows? But Ron Logan full ride to Marquette sounds like bullshit. He really did. He really did. He did get a full ride. I just don't know. And I think on that DD-214, it says that too. It does, right? DB, it says his university on there. So like that part is true. He was very intelligent. He did get a full scholarship to Marquette. And he also, his field of study was like very niche at the time. He was an electronics technician, which was not a common or easy kind of role, especially for somebody who is, oops. Bye, Deebs, brand new. Christine says, I don't doubt that he could have been the perpetrator of that crime. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a creepy story that he's told people throughout his life and that he did share with Barbara. And maybe one day we'll hear about it from her. What if it was really him that did that? Mm-hmm. Bring on Barbara and me, says Connie. Connie, you know you are welcome here anytime. The articles say that he did get a full scholarship. Yes, you are absolutely correct. He did, for sure. He had questionable activities with animals too. Sorry for all of the typos. YouTube changed my positioning to comment. That is okay. This is a great point. 1 second, y'all. Okay. Moving on. Now that we have covered his military service. So by 1960, it's here. Hey, Mavhawk, aka Vinnie Politan. Just kidding. Now that we have finished his military service. I don't think so, Stephen, but that's a good question for Connie. Was Ron left-handed? Asks Stephen Curry. So I think, were y'all able to open that? Yes, witness. Connie, you're saying yes, he was left-handed? Interesting. I don't think I knew that, Connie, dear. That is new information for me. Not to mention the glaringly obvious they were on his land. Yeah. No nexus. Yes, I was able to open the form. Thank you, JC. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who contributed their insight. Thank you, everyone who contributed their knowledge. Thank you, everyone who helped us interpret that, particularly DB. Thank you very much, sir. Very helpful, as always. Thank you to all the service members and veterans that are here. There's a lot of you, and y'all are awesome, and we appreciate you. Mr. Robot is a parrot. Was Ron a Mason? Thank you, Connie. I knew he was. Bridge guy is left-handed. I am ambidextrous. Both hands equal. Hey, shabogies. I never really know what the word nexus was until this case. I still don't know, but per Judge Gull, it means they have to have DNA and I guess proof of you committing the crime on video, I guess. So Elizabeth, yes, that is the eBay. Is it for sale? Because last time we saw it, dear Elizabeth H, it had been purchased and we've contacted the buyers and we're like, can we buy this from you? Even though you just bought it? A yearbook of the Monrovia 1959 to 1960. Yeah. Elizabeth, let me know if it's still purchased or if they're trying to sell it, because I'm struggling to see how the Vinny thing is a compliment, but y'all think it is, so I'll take it. I don't remember how it started. Does anyone remember how that started? Oh, somebody was like, Vinny Politan is in the chat for sure under a pseudonym. And then we were talking about how Vinny Politan is on this like due process arc. And also how he's like kind of like a hashtag due process daddy now because he's letting his facial hair grow out. And he's also going on these unhinged rants about how the government is sealing everything in Brian Koberger's case. So basically he's like DB going on rants about how the government is sealing everything. So we do believe it's a compliment. It is $349.50 on sale. Elizabeth, send me a link. We're going to crowdsource this. We want that yearbook. We want it bad. It's a compliment. Says, oops, Post-Punk and Judge Jessica and Mar. And Criminality. I believe you're correct. A very dangerous monster in the making. I'm sorry you had to cross this path. Absolutely. Transparency, says Vinny. Kelsey also loves Vinny. I read a forensics journal that says left or right hand is hard to determine. Oh, you mean like based on like wounds and like, yeah, I don't know. Goal requires an umbilical cord attached for a nexus. Great point. Barbershop, your nexus. Vinny is a crank. What yearbook? Asked Criminality. This is the U.S. Navy. Oops, where is it? Elizabeth found it on eBay. It's probably the same one Courtney and I were hunting down. A yearbook of the USS Monrovia of the cruise that Ron was on, 1959 to 1960. DB says that Mav is 10 times more based than Vinny Politan, but I agree, for sure. It is expensive. Vinny is Krebin. He went unhinged in his own channel about the motion to correct error. Judy was able to open the link. Vinny is mine, says Heather. Fair enough, Heather. Fair enough. So Vinny, we're gonna throw down here. Did you ask them to copy pages for you? From the yearbook? No, they didn't respond. You could ask them. Like, hey, not gonna buy this from you, but could you do a peruse? Could you do a control F of your non-digital yearbook? Imagine Ron Logan as a Zodiac killer. Imagine. Oh, the cleaning lady doesn't give up. Oh yeah, we're vacuuming. That was funny. Great. Thank you everyone who's still here hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all. So what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to take Boone out. And while I do that, I'm going to play an 8-minute video. If that's okay with y'all. Many of you have probably seen it already. So just, that's okay. Could you please post your email? Yes, Elizabeth. You can use this one. I'm still here, y'all. I'm just looking for something. Hey, Junior Nana Boomer says, I just called my ex-husband. You're right. I only know a couple of guys who got dishonorable discharges. They are hard to get. Yeah, for sure. Very uncommon. Might feel dishonorable getting discharged. Is Connie still here? Did Ron attend a lodge? Like a Mason lodge? Good question. So this is a video. I actually don't think I've shown. I mean, it's on my channel, but I don't think that we've watched it before. It's a video we made where we kind of. What year was Ron in Italy? 1959 to 19. I believe he was stopped over in Italy, like the holiday 1959, like January 1960. Against Holman? Yes. Yeah. It's not easy. Andy couldn't even. I mean, yeah, it's hard. I don't know what a new superintendent means for anything. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, we're trying. Okay, we're going to play a Barbara McDonald video, or a video that we made based off of Barbara McDonald at one point, I think in like, I want to say it was like July. By the way, big Barbara McDonald fan. I've been hard on Barbara because I'm imposing my personal the way that I choose to, conduct myself, and things that I would do if I were her, and I'm not. So I'm hard on Barbara. I've been hard on Barbara because I've been very frustrated with the individuals who have really important, as I believe it to be really important information that could serve a really important purpose, i.e. helping to prevent a wrongful conviction or exonerate an innocent person. However, it's not my information. I didn't do anything to get it. And, everybody has to make decisions that are right for them. Having said that, I do believe that Barbara's a good journalist, a really good journalist. And she did a lot of research into this case, and maybe we'll hear more from her. But thank you, Connie. Ron was born October 14th, 1939. Actually, Ron was born the day that Connie and I dropped our interview together. Connie and I didn't even do that on purpose. I don't know if you remember, but we dropped our interview. I posted it on his birthday. Thank you, Ron. I didn't even mean to do that. It was just kind of whatever, funny. Anyway, he was born 1939. So, yeah, I don't know. Barbara came into a Discord server back in the summer of 22, so pre-Allen arrest. I believe she was like invited in either on like Delphi docs or Reddit or something. She came in and was very gracious with answering a lot of questions we had. And Legion, I think the answer is yes on this, but all of that to say, I'm going to play a video. We summarize some of our chats, and I'll be right back. That's my daughter's birthday. Yikes. It's a good day. October's a beautiful month. We're not going to let one weirdo with goats ruin it for the rest of us. So it's all right. I paused it here because we are not in association with the Knot Network. If anyone is in here who remembers what the Knot is, we're having like trauma flashbacks. This is old. Anyway, back to the video. What did you want to chat about?
So, as much as I don't want to believe it could be Ron Logan, I feel like it would make sense that it's him. However, I'm very firm in my belief that Ellie will never admit it.
Curious why you're reluctant on Ron. I think Ron can't be eliminated.
Did you ever hear the stuff about like one of the Sandifers spending the night at Logan's the night before the murders? Is that true?
I have heard many things about people staying with Ron. Ron denied all of it to me.
What did you think of his demeanor? Did you think he was kind and genuine? Seems like in those TV interviews, he is all me, me, me.
Ron was not kind or genuine.
So, like, the dump site, you alluded to knowing what that was about? Was he dropping off someone's belongings?
I suspect he was getting rid of belongings, but he says it was just household trash that animals had gotten into and strewn across his field.
I can't see a younger person doing this.
Yeah, I don't see a young guy doing this, in my honest opinion.
Do you have suspicions more than one person was involved?
I think it was one person, which is why he hasn't been ID'd.
Okay, now, do you think the killer was local?
I believe he's someone with intimate knowledge of the area.
So you have someone in mind?
Over the years, my opinion has changed, but yes, right now I have someone I believe is very likely the guy.
In your opinion, were the girls targeted by someone who expected them to be there, or was this likely a random attack? Wrong place, wrong time.
I don't think law enforcement agrees on a prime suspect. I believe the attack was random in the sense that someone with the desire to do this was prepared and met an opportunity.
Do you think it was the first time this person killed?
Not sure yet. I go back and forth on this issue. The person who did this displayed some level of skill and confidence. That leads me to believe this was not the first time. But I don't have proof.
I also wonder if it could be someone who is an experienced and or desensitized hunter.
Yes, that's an option too.
I'd like to know why Ives describes the crime scene as odd, as in not your usual "a person was killed here" type of scene.
It will make sense eventually. I think he was spot on in saying that.
I've always assumed that is all the video they have and that Libby may have put her phone back in her pocket.
There's video for the entire 43 seconds, but it's not that valuable because of what it doesn't show. It's not enough of him.
Is there anyone who holds the key to making a charge or getting closure?
I think the change needs to happen among the men who are holding all the cards in this investigation. There's a handful who have a tight grip on this case and they are not letting go. I think also there's probably an issue with some wanting the case to be a textbook slam dunk before they'll move forward. And in my honest opinion, this case needs a prosecutor who's willing to do the right thing, even if it's difficult.
Do you envision any scenarios where more than one person may be charged, even for things like hindering an investigation or tampering with evidence?
All depends. I think there were things they could have charged Ron with that they chose not to, for whatever reason.
What are your thoughts about Logan supposedly telling police that Kurtz was responsible?
I've never heard of Logan saying it was Kurtz, and that doesn't strike me as consistent with his personality. Logan hated rats and would never ever even entertain the idea of helping cops with anything.
What did you mean by "this case needs a prosecutor who is willing to do the right thing, even if it's difficult"?
Take a case to trial that might not or may not have been a textbook slam dunk, a case you'd have to earn a conviction in. I get that there are reasons to be cautious, but in my honest opinion, in this case, they've been too cautious.
The following account contains details of sexual violence that could be distressing. Please take care while viewing. On August 10th, 2017, 59-year-old James Hawes of Burnettsville, Indiana, shot and killed 62-year-old Richard Mark Hushin in Carroll County, Indiana. Hawes was later found guilty of the murder and received a 55-year sentence. In January 2018, James Hawes and Ronald Logan briefly crossed paths while inside the Carroll County Jail, where Hawes was awaiting his murder trial and Logan was preparing for his probation hearing later that month. The two men shared a jail cell for 1 week, from approximately January 8th to January 16th. During that time, Hawes reported to jail staff several disturbing incidents involving his cellmate, Ron Logan. According to Hawes, on at least one occasion, Logan began masturbating on the floor of their shared jail cell, while muttering sexually violent things about the Delphi murder victims, one of whom Logan mentioned by name. Due to Hawes' upcoming murder trial, law enforcement at the time dismissed Hawes' claims about Logan as an attempt to cut a deal or lessen his own sentence. This assumption, however, was unfounded, as Hawes did not withhold any details of the incident from law enforcement, leaving himself nothing to bargain over, and never requested any leniency in return for the information. Law enforcement never followed up on or investigated Hawes' claims. Later that same month, Logan was released to serve the remainder of his sentence on home detention.
To give you some background on my thoughts and feelings about Logan, when I saw his first TV interview following the murders, I said, that has to be the guy. He was dressed the same and had no trouble walking up or down the hills from his property. When he was not charged and only faced a driving issue, I wrongly assumed he must not be the guy. I never removed him fully from my list, but he went down to the bottom. When we were doing the podcast, we were told by multiple people at ISP that Ron wasn't important to their investigation, so I kind of went with that at the time. Later, a member of law enforcement made a comment about Ron in my presence, and there was just something about his exact words and emphasis that made me think twice. When I started my new project, the first person I reached out to was Ron. He had always said no to an interview with me before, but was suddenly agreeable. I spent 4 months communicating with Ron at length every week, until shortly before his passing. Those conversations changed everything for me.
Do you think he acted alone?
Ron bragged about being a lone hunter, even on his elk hunts. To work with someone would look weak in Ron's eyes. He was a formidable man who did not appear to be in his late 70s. I have stories of physical things he did in the weeks leading up to the murders. When I visited him in 2020, he helped me down and back up the hill, and he had no trouble at all.
So he has never told a soul?
Maybe a few, but no one who would be believed.
Under 2 hours to kill 2 girls and stage the bodies and get away unseen.
What makes you believe it was wrapped up in 2 hours?
Are you saying possibly something was done overnight?
Personally, I believe the murders happened quickly and were likely over by 3:30, if not before. But I don't believe that was the end of the event.
Are you insinuating that he remained or returned?
I've been hearing that animal hair was at the crime scene. Is that the DNA they have, possibly?
No. But yes, animal hair was found.
Do you think DNA will solve this case, or do you think it will be through other ways?
I don't think DNA is the answer here.
In mentioning the video, is there something off with it?
Off? No, but it's not as helpful as people assume it is. I also don't think they have enough info for an accurate physical description of the man on the bridge.
Do you believe phenotyping may have been used for the young guy sketch?
I don't believe it was.
Have you ever figured out who Deputy Clinton is from the Klein interview transcript? I have my doubts about the legitimacy of a lot of that interview transcript.
I have not, and agree, totally.
About Haas, did you find him credible?
Haas's story has been consistent. In every version of it, he's told me and others.
Did Ron ever confess? Maybe to his ex or anyone on his deathbed? Any remorse?
He never confessed in so many words, but he also never issued a reliable denial, per statement analysis standards. His whole thing was that he was innocent until someone could prove his guilt. Thank y'all. Who wouldn't find that guy credible? Like, he tells masturbation stories for fun. Right. A lot of people don't believe people who are in jail or prison, obviously. Oops, I don't know what happened. Okay. got bridge guy knees. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Snappy Dragon. I appreciate that. So keep in mind that that is from, Bean says, those voices sound familiar. Yeah. That is from July. I don't know when that's from. June or July of 2022. So a lot of the info is probably outdated. There was not an arrest yet. I don't know why. Thank you, Housebroken. I don't know why Barbara said a couple things. Like, I don't know why she said she didn't think that DNA would be the answer. Maybe she didn't know that there was DNA. We didn't know, certainly, that there was DNA, or at least we didn't know the kind or quantity or caliber, etc., of the DNA until trial, July 2022. Thank you, love. So, I don't know. Obviously, I disagree about DNA being the answer. I do believe that it could certainly be an answer. People still don't know that there was DNA. Yeah, true. She was probably told. Yeah, this is a good point, Miko. She was probably told that there was no DNA. And I think it's important, too, like, as I was listening to that, a couple things, I was like, oh my God, that's scary. Like when she said, I think that what this case needs is a prosecutor who's willing to take a case to trial. It's not a slam dunk. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, that's scary, given everything. But I think what she meant was, or at least what she has expressed in the past, is that law enforcement was so reluctant to pursue anyone in particular or arrest or whatever until Rick. So I don't know. But yeah, Kim Riley is funny. I'm a fan of Kim Riley. Just because he has a big mouth. Like I don't know if y'all remember when they released the sketch in July 2017, like the first sketch during the interview. They're asking like questions of law enforcement and they're standing up there by the sketch and Kim Riley's like, yeah, you know, he's talking about the witness who drew this sketch and he calls her she like several times and then tries to like correct himself. Joji says, I love a big mouth yapper. Right. This is a good question, Indiana girl. I want to know what Tobe Lesenby and Doug Carter argued about in 2019. Yeah, remember Doug Carter's like, we didn't get along. You know, we hold each other. What did he say during that weird press conference? He's like, we hold each other accountable. It's not a groupthink. In fact, Tobe and I got in a fight in this building in April 2019. And everyone's like, why are you telling us that? Why are you telling us that? That's interesting. Anyway, which is funny too, because both of them standing up there during the New Direction press conference. Interesting. They did look a little tense. Friends to enemies. He said he punched Lay's and B's face. He projects so much insecurity during these press conferences. He really does. I can't imagine Tobe fighting with a superior. No, it was probably Tobe. Honestly, okay. I give Tobe way too many passes, but he's been honest. Like, is he a war criminal? Sure. But he also has been pretty honest. Like the times that Tony Liggett and Jerry Holman have been like awfully impeached, horrifically impeached, just because Tobe is like, oh yeah, sure. No, we always thought it was more than one person. You're like, Tobe. And then he gets up on the stand during the I know, I give him too many passes. He was nice to Courtney one time, and I just, like, Courtney went to the hearings, and it was, like, 4:30 in the morning. It was dark, and it was, like, it's unsafe. Like, she's Courtney. People were attacking us on the internet, you know? Like, anyway, she, like, didn't know where to go or where to something, and she, like, she, like, walked up to him and asked him a question, and he was really, really nice, and he told her exactly what to do, and he was very kind. So ever since then, I have, like, a soft place in my heart for Tobe. And I also think he's never been unkind to my friend Mike, aside from like the demotion. The demotion wasn't great. But I'm not convinced that he was in charge of all of the decisions at the time. I just think it's good when people treat other people well. However, he's still a snake. He's still a war criminal. I know. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Okay. Anyway. Hi, Mama. Mama's here. Listening, doing chores. Y'all are amazing. You are amazing. I agree with Teresa. They need to do more advanced testing of DNA. Why don't they want to? Seems sus. I don't know. Ariel says, should we give Tobe a call? Yes, we should. Wait a second. Why haven't our podcasting duo interviewed Tobe Lesenby? I would love to hear a Tobe. That is the only one I would listen to. I would love to hear a Tobe Lesenby interview. Get him on the horn. He was the sheriff at the time. Why don't you want to talk to him? You know? That's interesting. Mike, if you're out there still, tell Tobe to talk to me. I'll be nice to him. Tobe is still, there is no more gag order. The gag order is kaput. Mar says probably not allowed. He's too honest. They won't let him. They've got him locked in a dungeon. I don't think anyone's interviewed him, Judgy. Let's interview him. Rochelle says, in the Snapchat pic of Abby in the bridge way back in the distance, it looks like 3 thin, dark figures of people, middle one tallest, 2 different pics because some are blurry. Rochelle, I would not be surprised. There's been a lot of, there's been so many versions of that photo. And now that we've learned that it doesn't actually exist on the Snapchat cache or in the phone or anything, I have a lot of questions about that. So I'm not going to poo-poo anything. Tony talked about inheriting his Nana's glass. Wait. Y'all knew that, right? Y'all knew that Tony Liggett. Here's Connie. Hi, Connie. I'm glad you're still here. DNA, deer, coyote, horse, rabbit. Did law enforcement ever have it analyzed? No, not in any meaningful way, I don't believe. They analyzed it very... Oh, I'm the worst person to talk about DNA. They were able to exclude some people, and I know that they know that some of the DNA belongs to Kelsey, and they were able to isolate male, female DNA. I believe there's some profiles they were able to extract, and some of it they weren't able to, but I don't know that they ever did anything with the animal hair. I don't know. Ron had lots of rabbits. He had lots of rabbits. He kept his rabbits. Connie, do you know where Ron kept his rabbits by any chance? If you're here. How did Ron get young girls to trust him? Finish your thought. Tobe and Liggett did what to each other? I have no idea. What was I saying? Thanks for keeping me on track, but I can't remember what I was saying. Tobe and Liggett did what to each other? I know that Tony Liggett was a failed optometrist tech. He was in the eyeglasses business before he went to be a sheriff's deputy. Hey, Sharon Wright, got here late. True Crime Design and EOA just let out great videos. Awesome. Can't wait to see him. How did Ron Logan cross the creek? Did he wade across or drive around? I don't believe that anybody crossed the creek, to be honest. I would love to see some evidence that a creek was crossed. Our billboard that stands over the police department will say, test the goddamn DNA, bitches. Did you say proctologist? No, I said optometrist. Okay. Did Abby and Libby know the 13-year-old girl who Ron sold a horse to? The 13-year-old girl who Ron sold a horse to, this would have been in the 80s. So no, I don't think that I clarified that. So that's a really good question, Bellman. But this person, this young girl at the time was a 13-year-old. She's an adult now. But no, they would not have known her. Although there is another young girl that Connie speaks about in the interview that we did where he just kind of had a habit of being around young women. That's kind of what I'll say. How did he leave his house and get to the bridge? Oh, it's really easy to get to the bridge from Ron's house. Like, hella easy. So you can walk, actually, I agree with BM. You can walk literally from his horse barn. There's trails, and Connie's walked them a million times. Courtney and I were there. I mean, a lot of people in the chat have been. They've walked those woods. And there's trails all throughout those woods that go from his horse barn to the in the back of his property to the wood tree line all the way down. I mean, literally, y'all have seen the news clips, right? Of Ron leading people down to the crime scene. There's a reason that he's able to do that. It's because there's literally a trail, a footpath that goes from his property to the crime scene. It's just very wild and confusing to me why the most logical, simple explanation seems to have been the last one that they pursued. This is also a good question. I believe we do know the identity of that person, and it's not anybody that we've heard of or anybody that has like any kind of connection. Although Shank's daughter did talk about spending a lot of time on his property with his animals, and she said that her dad was like his best friend. So we know that he did. Wasn't Kathy Shank's daughter like 50? Yes, I believe so. Probably in her 40s or 50s. Ron can see the bridge from his property. Ron's house is across the creek from where the bridge guy encountered them. So it's actually not. So it's confusing. So if you walk from Ron's property, there's a side trail that kind of runs parallel to Deer Creek, and it curves around, and it basically empties out right at the entrance of the bridge, the north side of the bridge. So the property, if you follow that property trail from Ron's through the woods, you get to the bridge. So all he would have to do is walk across it. And someone asked a really good question earlier, and I didn't want to forget it. Someone said, this might be a little detail, and I don't think it is, but can you talk about the rumor that Ron was afraid of heights? This is a rumor that Jeannie and her daughter perpetuated to basically support that Ron was innocent. They said he was terrified of heights. He would have never crossed that bridge. Not true. Ron. Oh, Connie says Leesenby's brotherhood is Freemason. Kathy Shank is Easter Star. All this goes way back to the German Baptist. Do your own research, everybody. With that. All right, Connie. Connie dropping facts. Frosty walked it in his video right down to the spot. Yeah, it's not difficult. I mean, Jeannie online bullied folks into joining her Ron is Innocent campaign. Can I be honest? This is an opinion based on nothing. Don't come for me. A lot of the harassment of the anti-Ron, like the Ron Logan is Innocent people, do we know that that's not Connie in an alt trench coat? Just wondering, because a lot of the arguments are like, huh? If he hunts elk, he's probably not afraid of much, says Tom Jones. Great point. Also, Ron wait a second. Y'all, he wanted to be a Navy pilot. He climbed up, he was on fucking boats. Y'all, he's not afraid of heights. First of all, I just realized that. Like, get the fuck out of here, first of all. Climbing up cruise boats. Second of all, Ron Logan for years worked climbing up grain bins at so-and-so farm. Judgy says, pilots go very high up. Have you ever been on a big boat? Boats be tall. He was not afraid of heights. It's such a weird thing to say. You think Ron Logan would be really happy that people were running around being like, he was afraid of heights? He'd be like, okay, not funny. But he would not appreciate that, first of all. And second of all, he was not afraid of heights. So that is not a true statement. He lived there for 50 years. You really think me? You really think me? You really expect me to believe? You really think me that he wouldn't have crossed the bridge one time in 50 years? Get out of here. Jessica Gilman makes a great point. Do y'all realize how massive ships are? They're pretty big. They're pretty high up. I'm just saying. Yeah, DB says, fuck heights. Connie even said that Ron was not afraid of heights. She got him. Yes, she did. That's a great point, Teresa. She says that in her interview. He was not afraid of heights at all. And she didn't even, here's the thing about Connie that I love. Connie I did not tell her what I was going to ask her ahead of time. We had many conversations because we're friends, but I didn't tell her, like, here's the questions I'm going to ask you. Here's the questions I'm not going to ask you. I did very minimal editing of that interview. We did it in like an afternoon, and Connie, when we talk about it now too, she's like, it was cool. She's kind of went into like it was cool. She went into like a little trance. It sounds weird when I say it like that, but it was a very, very cool conversation that we had. And she was remembering things. And when I asked her the question about heights, hi, Hammy. Connie, you can correct me if you remember it differently, please. But when I asked her the question about was he afraid of heights, she kind of laughed. She was like, what? No. Like, what do you mean? Of course, no, he wasn't afraid of heights. Like, she didn't know why I was asking that question. But her response was very genuine and very, very funny. She was like, what? No. He climbed up grain bins, and no, he wasn't afraid of heights. Anyway, hi, Ham Sauce. Good to see you. Yeah, that's a good question. There's definitely grooming behavior. It's troubling. It's just troubling. Tall ships. Ron Logan sailed before he was put in the brig. He probably did swan bridge. Why would the ex-wife be defending him like that? I want to be careful. Oh, I like this comment though. Rochelle says, Connie, thank you for talking to us and for being so brave. 100%. Absolutely. Jessica says, I went on one of those ships in San Diego when my son graduated from the Marines. It was an aircraft carrier, and holy shit, that is what he was on. He was on those big, they land planes on them. They're huge. She is yeah. So the ex is, I don't, I do believe that, did anyone have, I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to do a segue for a second. Did anyone have the absolute pleasure of watching Bob Mata go at DB's throat on a live? No? I missed it, but I did catch the replay. I'm sorry that happened, DB. It did not feel fair at all. No, I missed it. What happened? Oh man, show the clip. Roll the clip. I don't have the clip. I'm sure DB. I don't have it. It's really funny though. DB, do I have it? I think you said it. Should I play it? I don't know what to do. DB, yes or no? Is this a bad idea? I have no idea. I don't know what's right or wrong. I don't know what's going to get me in trouble or not. Hi, Matt Sullivan. I'm going to say hi to my best friend, Matt. The clip of you getting yelled at. Should I play it? Is it funny? Should I play it? Or is that not? I don't have to. I just don't know. Yeah, the Bob clip. Oh, on Court TV, Matt? Okay. Okay, y'all, 1 second. I found it. Y'all, 1 second.
See,
mean,
but they're not trying to kick the DNA from the sheath. They're trying like the problem with this motion is it's misplaced because what she's really trying to do is get the whole case dismissed as everything being fruit of the poisonous tree because of the fact they used IgG to make the comparison and they found that it was his father in terms of the trash pull. And they said, okay, well, Brian, his son, who's not in CODIS, who has never given a profile anywhere, you know, it's a match to him. So and based on that, that's what they got the arrest warrant on.
It just to me makes zero sense why they would not have just done, you know, she's like, all right, well, they've said STRs are fine, blah, 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 blah. Why wouldn't they just do a straight YSTR and compare the two YSTRs? Like, I don't understand why they would need to go through a whole IgG thing when it's just, when you know, you're just comparing one person to one person. You're not trying to do a whole genealogy search. You're
No, I'm
literally,
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
what are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious because that's exactly what happened in terms of how they got the warrant. They got the warrant because there was a genealogy on my ass. What am I?
You're just comparing one person to one person. You're not trying to do a whole genealogy search. You're
No, I'm
literally,
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
what are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious because that's exactly what happened in terms of how they got the warrant. They got the warrant because there was a genealogical match with his father. It was his father's profile. That is what they based the warrant on. Whether or not they're trying to, like, they're never going to get the sheath suppressed. The bigger issue is going to be they have Koberger's DNA now. Like, to me, the IgG stuff is irrelevant. Now they can just say, okay, look, it's a match between the defendant, which we now have his profile, and the sheath. So, I mean, like, the part of the no, I'm not hangry, y'all.
You haven't eaten all day. That's true, though.
Oh, I did. I had,
What? When?
I ate the rest of the gyros.
Oh, well, I just want to answer Susan's comment. That is an absolutely accurate statement that genealogy search. You're
No, I'm
literally,
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
what are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious because that's exactly what happened in terms of how they got the warrant. They got the warrant because there was a genealogical match with his father. It was his father's profile. That is what they based the warrant on. Whether or not they're trying to, like, they're.
Oh my God. You get so mad. You get so mad. DB's constantly on my ass. I know that's right. He's like, that's exactly what happened, DB, and then argues. Okay. Wait.
Sheath suppressed.
You're just comparing one person to one person. You're not trying to do a whole genealogy search. You're
No, I'm
literally,
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
what are you jumping down people's throats for?
About.
What are you, a whole genealogy search? You're
No, I'm
literally,
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
what are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious because that's exactly what happened.
To be fair, I think I too snapped at DB last week, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was us. I don't know if it was me, if it was Bob, if it was DB, if we were all a little hangry. I'm pretty sure I did. DB's pushing all my buttons. Oh my God. He's constantly on my ass. Constantly, DB. DB is picking on Bob. Bob had a gyro, a euro. It's a euro, I'm told. DB. This is so true. Oh my god, DB got in his DB got in his head. DB do be trolling? I've never noticed that, Mar. I don't think that I don't think DB trolls. I've never been trolled by DB. Did you get Bob's goat? We all need to troll the grump. Living in Bob's mind. He's always on my ass. Oh my god. Sorry, I got you off track. No way. This is so good. This is a this is a good tangent. Very worth it. Absolutely. Why does DB get all the attention? Oh gee. I can't imagine. I can't imagine why. So worth it, Sharon. Thank you. DB's like, did you like that? I got more. I got more Bob clips. Did you guys like that? I got more. I got Bob clips for you. Do you want Bob clips? I was having a panic attack pre-tangent and I've calmed down since. I like the tangent. Excellent, Miku. Mama, super chat. Thank you, Mama. Love you, Mama. That is so generous. So glad that you're here. I hope your chores are going well. DB's the king of the trolls. What do you mean, Anne? Nah. Never noticed. I've never done a pout over a DB troll before. Greeno was a friend of Ron Logan. He sure fucking was. Wonder why he's always riding money. Sure, it has nothing to do with that. Bob's gonna strike your channel. Bob would listen to me, y'all. I don't know a lot. I'm 5 feet. I don't want to say I'm a super tough guy. Bob would never strike my channel. Ever. But that would be funny. I'm totally teasing. Who wasn't he? Oh, Greeno? Yeah. He would trespass on Ronald constantly. In the end, they had a sort of what the fuck did I say, DV? Stop doing that. Thank you very much. I stay on S. Stop that. Prof gets more math. I don't know. I haven't really. I saw a reenactment of an Odin ritual. Players sure look like Greeno. Oh yeah, no, absolutely not Miku. Are you kidding me? Dude, she would, the amount of clowning. Bob is pretty chill, but I gotta say, Bob literally got assaulted by a poster board and he was like, oh my God, you're crazy. I'm going, you know what I mean? So it really just depends. This is also a great point. This is a great point. It was the worst part of the podcast episode, right? It was our chat together. God, oh my God, I don't know her. I don't know her. I promise. Somebody hacked me. I promise. It wasn't me. Pull up to I know, Mr. Moneybags, ridiculous. Allie's like, what the fuck is happening? I love Bob and Deeb. We all do here. Smacked by a poster. He literally got smacked by a poster board. He did. He laughed it off, too. That was before lunch. Fair enough. Fair enough. Were Logan and Weber partners? Here's my question. Oh, should I keep going? I got off track. What are you jumping down people's throats for, Bob?
How they got the warrant.
To go person. You're not trying to do a whole genealogy search. You're
I'm not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
What are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious.
Okay, so just for a second, if we only saw a transcript of that interaction and we didn't know who said it, I feel like I have said that exact thing to you, Deeps, in the past week. I'm not wrong. What am I wrong about? You're constantly on my You're constantly on fucking ass. We have new merch. Let's see.
This could actually potentially solve all of the timeline issues.
In that corner, whoa, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, tell it. In that corner, whoa, whoa, bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, tell it.
Keegan Klein.
I fucking hate that one, but it's a crowd favorite.
Keegan Klein.
It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet?
Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, there he is. Brad Weber just left. Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do it?
Wait. Hold on. Where's Jen? They removed my wrench too because I had COVID and I wasn't in chat for a few weeks. They gave me a wrench for Defense Daddies and then immediately fucking yeeted that thing out of my hands. But Courtney still has a wrench. What the fuck, Bob? Or whoever your mod is. You know it's Bob. You know Bob pulls it. He sits down and he pulls up, opens up his fucking... What kind of a computer do we think Bob is working with? What, like an Acer? What does he have? He's got something funny. Oh God, and he just goes in and he's just like, revoke. Hey, Doug Carter, I love you. Not the real Doug Carter. He has a MacBook. Amazing. Okay, I'll do them all. Yeah, I stopped. I have to keep going. Hold on. Let's see. Where did we leave off? We left off right here. Pantomime more Bob things, Ange. I will. Don't worry. Okay, I will. I got more. I got plenty.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Okay, bitch.
We love y'all. We love y'all.
Anthony Rene Greeno. This is the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
Love that one. I fucking hate it so much because DB uses it when I'm like in the middle of like a rant or a tangent and it's so quick. It scares the shit out of me. His fucking face. Look at his face.
I want to give you a hug.
God.
That's fucking illegal. That's fucking illegal.
I've used that one a bunch this week on like extra.
That's fucking illegal.
Subpoena Dukas take him. Subpoena Dukas take him.
I like that one. I'm a fan of that
Subpoena
one.
Dukas take him.
I really like this one.
This is the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
The one that I always skip, am at the controls. DV, did you notice which one I didn't play? By any chance? Oh, he's got. I hope these are Bob clips, DB. If these are not Bob clips, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna play this while I pull up some Bob clips from Deebs.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Joseph Scott Morgan can kiss my fucking. Well, you can't be an expert in everything now, can you? No, you can't. But you know what? Damn near close, my friend. You're not even a fucking doctor. And he says, this man has the audacity. He says, well, you know, she's not even board certified. Get fucked, Joseph Scott Morgan, three-name bitch. What the fuck does that have to do with fucking anything? I'm so that just tells me that he doesn't know shit about fuck. You know what board certification means for somebody like her with all of this experience and credentials and education? Bupkis. Fucking a waste of fucking time and money. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Shut the fuck up, Joseph Scott Morgan. You fucking dork. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Just because you have three names doesn't mean shit. You're just fucking jealous because this lady has more experience and credentials than you, and you're probably a fucking simp for the state. Actually, I know for a fact he's a simp for the state. What the fuck is he doing here? Bob! I'm in a rotten fucking mood. You don't know anything. Yeah, this was the day that he first names got Joseph Scott Morgan. Not last name in sight. Please. Please. My favorite voicemails. Okay, got another Bob clip from DB. Deebs. What is this?
Yeah. What? We haven't even finished this guy's direct.
That's why I just asked you, are you still on direct?
Yeah, but we haven't. What I'm saying is it ended mid-direct.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait. Oh, yeah, I was looking at the wrong.
You're looking at the other guy. So 50.
Adorable. Adorable. This is true, Chelsea. I think that was the day. I think that's why I was so mad. I think it was that day. It was really Dr. Russell. Isn't that the day that they had Joseph Scott Morgan on? When the most expert in the world gets on the stand. And they're like, and Joseph, actually, but Bob and Allie were being very like, they were pushing back. Yeah. It was funny though. It was funny.
And you're not trying to do a whole genealogy search. You're
No, I'm
literally
not wrong, DB. What am I wrong about?
What are you jumping down people's throats for?
DB is like constantly on my ass. What am I wrong about, DB? I'm curious because that's exactly what happened.
Miko is correct. No-year-old bug. I hate that one. I fucking hate that one. But I'll play it. I fucking hate this clip. But I love Deebs. But I fucking hate this clip.
15-year-old thugs out there.
I hate it. God, I hate his face. I hate his face so much. I'm not wrong, DB. I'm not wrong. I'm just curious. Allie is everything. She's awesome. She's great. She is great. Oh, and this one.
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Jerry Holman is not a liar.
Jerry Holman is not a liar. Jerry Holman is not a liar.
Jerry Holman is not a liar.
That one's really good. I forgot about that one. I'm a fan of that one. What else, y'all? You want to see pictures from my vacation? Anyway. Oh my god. That one was underrated by those who rate some things. Yeah, good point. Good point. I couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. There's Nicholas Bick. Wait, DB saved this. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Nah, I can't handle it. DB, your fucking file names are so stupid. Nicholas bitch dick. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, y'all. That got me. Oh my god. I'm gonna pee my pants, y'all. Anyway. So stupid. Wait, okay, one more thing. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run through the file names. We're losing people, Angela. Oh my god. We got merch_goal, merch_goal 222. Okay. Merch_goal 2. Delphi test. Asses and all. What? Asses in all caps. Okay. Hats LOL. These are all one word, by the way, y'all. These are all one word. Oh, this one's good. Gaze for RA. This one is good. That's true teams. This one is called Finger Trap. It's Steve Mullen's data recovery program. This one is just called Mullen 2. Geeks. Fire. Literally, oh god. This one's literally just called Fire. This is called Like This. This one is just a bunch of numbers. This is called Funny Pause. Oh god. Bunch of numbers. Like 2. Moo LOL. This one's called Oops. GoFundDB. This one is called Dougie's. Holman Lull. Merch Awesome, spelled AUS. Bye, Jenny. Bye. I don't blame you. Bye. Okay. Merch awesome. This is called Fuck Jerry 2. Prosecution diaries. Skeleton dance. Sweaty spelled SWETY. This is the best though. Nicholas Bitch Dick. Nicholas Bitch. Nicholas Big Ditch. Nicholas Bitch Dickton. Oh my god. Y'all. Anyway. Banker boxes by Kathy. Nicholas merchandise. 100%. Sorry, y'all. Dual and arresting fish merchandise. Yeah. Or what did I say that one time, Deeves? Fucking arresting tortoises. Go back to which one? Oh, I don't know where your webbed. DB, you didn't upload your webbed one. Where's your webbed one? Nicholas McClure. Hippo. Where's the hippo? Moodang. There she is. Wait, hold on. We don't want to blaspheme. There you go. Shankster prankster. This is Hammy's. Shut. Mr. Carter. Oh wait, where's Mr. Carter? Where is that one? Oh, here it is. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what you doing, Mr. Carter. I don't like it though. Nicholas Yeah, this one is called Dougie's. Here's Bob. I love Great Lakes. They're awesome. Poor Bob. Get him down. Bob, get down from there. Get down from there. All right, y'all. I'm gonna keep going. Look, 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'm just getting started. Get down this instant, mister. Okay. Intermission's over. Hey, do you guys like my background? Isn't it cool and spooky? It's like green. It's like jewel tones, but it's also like murder forest. Anyway, I like it. What were we even talking about? So we concluded with who sticks? It's spooky. I found it on Canva. It's really spooky. You rock, Ange. You rock. Spookiest. Kathy and Rick would love it. They do love spooky things, like spooky, scary movies. Carter is a half-wit. The evidence right. Nicholas McWeirdhand. Oh man. Blue alien blood, right? I like it. It's a jewel tone. We're in graveyard. Ronnie did a moida in Italy. He did do a moida. Yeah, the only thing I could ever find, I wonder if I can still have it. I don't know if y'all had this problem. When Apple forced an update onto me and my device, I can no longer search through all of my images. You might as well just take a gun and I'm kidding. Like it's real. Like I can't search through all of my stuff anymore. What is it about? Did anyone else have that problem? No, just me. What the fuck was that girl's name? Humpty. Here it is. Equals Jerry. Yeah, I think so. I hate that, source. Me too. All right. We have lost 60 people since we started our intermission with our media, our brand, our memes. So clearly we're doing something right. All right. Back to murder. Let's back to how Logan moited somebody in Italy. DB, if you're in here, put your earmuffs on and don't piss me off. Love you. Apple equals share. Apple trying to make me do something on my setting today. Yeah. Annoying. Very annoying. I don't like being told I must, you know? Definitely don't want to be told that I must do a thing if I don't want to. All right, so I tried to find any proof that I could find. Courtney and I spent like forever going through like old newspapers, old news clippings, that's pretty much all we could find actually from the 50s. They didn't have like, we couldn't find like TV news archives, or if they exist, we couldn't find them. Boone is doing snore. Anything to do with like a prostitute being murdered, or a murder on a naval, or not naval, like at a port, or like by a service member or something, whatever. Every keyword you could think of. That's exciting. Your partner. Say, peace out. I'm going on vacation. See you when your passport gets here. Tried that, Judgy. Couldn't find anything. I was on like Navy. I was on like forums. I was on like forums from like 2005, going through shit, trying to find somebody like, because you know, sometimes you're like, oh, I wonder if someone would like, if it were me, if I witnessed something, I would for sure get in an AOL chat room where I thought I was anonymous and be like, by the way, I saw some crazy shit. And it just disappears into like, you know, cyber world. I don't know, but okay, I'm gonna delete one of your pictures, Deebs. Actually, I'll delete one of mine. I'll be selfless. I will do a selflessness. I deleted Asian Andy, okay? There you go. So so this base here, it's called, anyone who remembers Humpty Dumpty. So Humpty Dumpty is a word that is what they called basically like prostitutes in Italy during the 50s and 60s. They would basically sit on like in that part of Italy, actually probably in like most parts of the Mediterranean cities, especially like port cities. They had these like big stone walls along the wherever, like by the water edge and like up whatever, stone walls. And the escorts, let's call them sex workers, would sit on the walls and like, so, you know, look for patrons. And they would call them Humpty Dumpty because, like, you know, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Oh, yes, sorry. I will put it back up right now. So that's what Humpty Dumpty means. It's like another word for like a sex worker. It says, anyone who remembers Humpty Dumpty. Spoke to a Navy guy not too long ago. He was stationed at AF South before the closure. Humpty Dumpty ended up getting murdered. No joke. Throat slashed by an unknown assailant, most likely a John. Does that mean anything? No, obviously not. But DB says walls. Oh, good. DB's still in here. I was afraid that DB was going to be gone and I could just be myself. You know, God forbid. Don't worry. DB's here. DB is back. Tell us what AF South is, DB. Do you know? Because I Googled it. They did the Humpty Dumpty dance. Never knew that. I didn't know that either, Mar. I had to look it up. They're essential workers, says Chinny. That they are. That they are. Yes, Judge Jessica, I have always imagined Humpty Dumpty, the giant egg, and never anything else. Bye, he says. Where is... I thought I had another one. But it happened there. Genoa is in... Really? You have a Genoa there? Okay. U.S. It was in Naples, Italy. So not Genoa. Debunked. This doesn't say what year. Let's put it up again. Before the closure. And I don't, you know what? I think it closed in like 2004. So obviously this gives us nothing. However, I thought it was very interesting because they don't use the term Humpty Dumpty anymore. Anyway, and so that was interesting. Pig fat. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get one? I can put it back up. I'm not paying enough attention. Untameable, do you need it again? Let me take my big face out of here. There, just me and my boobies in your screenshot. Miku says, my in-laws paid for my, passport. Yeah. They have a similar wall in England for male sex workers. Really, woman doing chaos. Yes, Tammy, exactly. Shit. You did. I was saying, like, how are you going to source something like that, you know? Like, how are you going to source somebody telling a bunch of people that they watched a prostitute get her throat slit in 1959? I don't know. It's not something you can source, but it is a story that he told people. And he did use the word erotic while talking about it once, at least once. That's weird. That's a little weird. Corky and I found confirmation. So the story was he was there around Christmas time when this took place. One second, y'all. My left eye is like really tired, but my right eye is doing okay. Does that ever happen to anybody? I feel like this one wants to go to sleep and the other one's fine. Weird. Airdrop. Didn't he keep souvenir on the forbidden floor? He did have a forbidden floor. Oops. Only Barb. He told people that because I heard that story before Barbara. Well, I don't know if I heard it before Barbara heard it, but I heard it before I heard it via Barbara. So I know that that was a story that he told. I don't know, Kat. It was just like a barfly story that he would tell people. I wish I had more specific info. He seemed to do a lot of bar flying. He did say that it happened over the holidays in 1959 while he was stationed at Genoa. And we were like, oh, I wonder if we can find anything to corroborate that. You probably can't see this, right? It's super small. At the bottom, though, it says he was in Genoa, Italy. So if you look at the bottom left, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom. Genoa, 19th of December to January 4th, 1960. So, I mean, if nothing else, he was likely there at that time, assuming he was on this cruise, which he says he was. Yes, he told Barbara that story when she was interviewing him, I believe. So I don't know. I know that she went to visited him for Down the Hill in 2020, but I believe the interviews that she had with him were throughout 2021. So yeah, it was definitely after 2017, but it also was before 2017. Stop it. All right, let's look at Ron's confessions because Courtney did a really good job of decoding them, and I want to read it. Because then we're going to talk about Wabbits. This map makes me think you from the Indiana Jones style adventure to verify this random tweet, but murdered sex workers instead of treasure. Imagine me in Yellow Jacket in Genoa, Italy, trying to. We hit all of the spots on the map. Justice for Crystal McCroy Jones. Please join Justice for Crystal McCroy Jones Facebook page to share and advocate for her. I'm her sister. Let me link it. 1 second. I know what you meant, Mapak. It's okay. We're both blonde. Let's link this. Crystal. I think I follow this already. I do. Crystal. Let me make sure. Send, share, copy link, share, copy link, copy link. Thank you. Paste link. Okay. Woman, you're so fast. Yes, so Kagan Klein was arrested in August 2020. And seemingly, not a whole lot was going on in the investigation in August 2020, aside from their tunnel vision on. There is no DNA? I feel like from trial we heard there's like a ton of DNA. Unless I misunderstood. I feel like there's a ton of DNA. Scotland is beautiful. It's like my favorite country. It's like my second favorite country. Costa Rica is my first favorite country, followed by Scotland. I love it. It's beautiful. Okay. Confession. There's a ton of DNA. I thought so. We don't have a ton of answers about the DNA, but we do know there's a ton of DNA. Y'all, you know what's crazy? Ron Logan's father, Bud Logan, Ron died in January. I will finish the sentence eventually. Ron died in January 2022, my dear. Bud Logan, his father, was overseas during World War II. He was in Germany. He was part of the liberation. I don't believe he saw the liberation. I think he got there like post-liberation, stabilization, whatever they called it. And I have a really funny article that I wanted to share, but I don't know where all my newspaper clippings went. Okay. Share. You can just turn around and walk back over the bridge, physics. You can just turn around. We walked from the bridge, the north end, to the crime scene. Now, you do have to turn around and go back over the bridge, but like they walked all the way to one end. What makes us think they couldn't just turn around? It makes the most sense. Right? I feel like that makes the most sense. Although I don't know. Right. Why are we just... So here's my question. This is not a criticism of anyone or any particular theory or person. Why are we discounting the most simple logical possibilities? Why? Genuinely. Why? Turn around, right? Just turn around and go back over the bridge. Just turn around and walk back. I don't know. Maybe it'll make sense. Although if you don't think Ron Logan did this, then this was not going to be helpful. If you're open to Ron Logan doing it or being involved, then maybe this will be helpful. Okay. I don't understand the path back over the bridge. Okay. So if you are walking, let's say the drop-off place across from Mirrors, right? So you walk from the drop-off point to the bridge. As you're walking to the bridge from the drop-off point, right before you step foot on to the bridge, right directly to your left, it's like the bridge entrance is here on the north side, and right here on the left, there is a very, very worn footpath. And that footpath literally hugs Deer Creek, goes around Deer Creek, and then it kind of starts to run parallel to the Hoosier or to 300 North. So it hugs the creek, goes around and runs a trail. Yeah, whatever. Runs parallel to 300 North, goes behind the cemetery, goes behind, there's like a big field and then the cemetery, and then it literally comes. I agree with this too. He could have already been over there. I actually have thought about that before. And then you're back behind the cemetery, there's a ravine, and on the other side of the ravine, and it's not a ravine like a it's just it's a ravine. You can hop over it if you are so inclined. I mean, you can't hop over it, but you can get over it. But the path goes down towards the water, and literally you just come right upon the crime scene. And you don't have to cross the water. You don't have to a gully. Yes, a gully. You don't have to kayak or canoe or drive. You can just literally walk that footpath and from that footpath, you can see the entire, as long as there's no like tree coverage, which there wouldn't have been, you can see the entire bridge that whole way. They can't see you because you're in the woods, but you can see that entire bridge the whole way. It's very creepy. It's very creepy because if you're on the bridge, you have no way of knowing. Somebody can see it. It's watching you. It's very unsettling. That whole side being pretty steep. There's only really one part of it that is steep, and it's when you get to that ravine. But all you have to do is either go down towards the water, and it's less like to get around it, or up towards the cemetery. Like you can go either way around that ravine pretty much to get to the crime scene. Yeah, it's granted, when Courtney and I went, she was wearing Ugg sock boots, and it was blizzarding, which was very odd. Yeah. Very, very strange. It's honestly, it's like so hard to picture. It's not impossible. I know a lot of people have not been and have a much better familiarity and understanding of the landscape than I do. And I've been one time. Courtney and I walked it, but it's really hard to get or at least it was really hard for me to envision the landscape and the north and south and the routes and the bridge and the trails without being there and walking it. And then once you get there and you walk it, you realize there's no fucking goddamn way that they crossed the creek. There's 4 other routes that make so much more sense. The most logical one being they got in a fucking car. Like, why are we going down the hill? Like, if he wanted them to go down the hill, he'd say, like, go down the hill and then keep going. Down the hill is just to the driveway. So I don't understand this need for the most complicated theory. I got spooked by a van, so I marched them a quarter of a mile, a third of the mile across the creek. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's the rantings of a lunatic. That's a Gray Hughes. They're just doing a Gray Hughes, literally. Gray Hughes said, "Oh, I bet you see this." He pulled up his Google Earth and he was like, "Look, there's a sandbar." Mind you, he's looking at Google Earth from like 2010 in like the Great Drought of 2010. Like, it's stupid. You look at that creek, there's no fucking way that they did that. There's no fucking way. Jerry Holman needs to go to the hospital. He needs to get his head examined. That didn't happen. Got it? Jesus, they make me mad. Officer Kathy and Deputy Gary. Seriously. God. The great drought. Like, there's no fucking way. There's no way. And I did ask this question of somebody who would know. I was like, is there evidence they crossed the creek? Because you could literally tell, you would be able to tell if they were submerged in creek water within the last few hours. Check their clothes. Check their skin. There's fucking a way. Check their hair. There's ways to tell. Why are we acting like this case makes me so? Why are we acting like forensic science and just science in general? Why are we acting like we don't have a science? There's not a single science to speak of. Why are we doing this? Abby biting her nails. Do you know what you do if you're fighting for your life, or if you scratch somebody in self-defense? I don't care how low your nails are. You're gonna get DNA under your. You know what you do if you can't get? You remove their fingernail. It's an autopsy. What are you talking about? Her nails were too. Like, what are they talking about? This makes a lot of sense. He leads them back over the bridge towards where they came from, towards a safe space over a trail, as opposed to wrangling 2 humans with a gun over a rough terrain. Right. Across running water? Huh? Come on, Holman. Auger verified that there is new DNA under one of the girl's fingernails. Wow, it was great of them to check, finally. Holman said, "You're right, I'm not a scientist. How can I test it?" He did not. Did he say that? I want a clip. I believe you. That's so Holman. I can't. I was shocked they told Jen that ISP was building a new lab to do all that new. Interesting. It's very possible. Oh my God, Holman. He's so stupid. He's like, what do I look like? He's like, what do I look like? A CSI? What do I look like? A rocket scientist? What? What was I about to show you? Oh, okay. Share screen. All right, y'all. We did this the other day, but we're going to do it again. So, oh, this should be in dark mode. DB's not here to yell at me. Dark mode, walking, talking. Okay. So we have it transcribed, but before we do that, I want y'all, let's just do it together. Okay. Ready? What do we see? Is this a fun activity or is this a lame activity? But then in the next breath, he tells us he's a human lie detector. Right. DB. Fine. I don't know how to do that. Rector. Yeah. Couldn't even use the podium. I know, Deebs. I know you're joking. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Snappy Dragon says, they didn't cross the creek. Nah. Did you hear my rant earlier? I said, hey. Okay. Walking, talking. Here's what I think it says. Since I have the microphone. Walking, talking about knowing one of their dads. Volunteered. Okay, so this makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't say volunteered. I think it says volunteered because they wanted to go back over the bridge. And maybe Abby was scared to go back over the bridge. And so he's like, oh, I'll walk with you. I do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because that means that they would have turned around and gone back the way they came, which was their plan all along. Exactly. Volunteered makes sense. Yeah. Well, does it look? I think it looks like it says that, right? Volunteered. Okay. Volunteered. Walk with him. I think he means them. Walk with whatever. Wanted to turn around. Grabbed youngest shoulder. It's okay. So to me, it sounds like they're walking across the bridge, right? Like, it's okay. Like, he's walking them back over the scary high bridge, right? It's okay, meaning like, oh, it's okay. I mean, I'm sure it was not like, but that's kind of what I'm picturing. Oh, voluntarily. Yeah. Voluntarily walked with him. That's what it says. You're right. Voluntarily walk with him. So they voluntarily walked with him across the bridge. Damn, you're good. Lord Jesus, forgive us. All over there. Sorry. All right. Let's change it because I think you're right. Voluntarily walked with him. Right? That makes sense. See, this is why I need y'all's brains. I bet whole, says Stevie. Holman handwriting worse? Probably. One of them wanted to turn around. Grabbed youngest shoulder. It's okay. Oldest freaked out. Got paranoid and grabbed her. I think it says that, right? I want to turn around. Grabbed youngest shoulder. It's okay. Oldest freaked out. Does it say got paranoid and grabbed her? Doesn't say got paranoid and grabbed her on here, does it? Okay. One said something about calling police. These notes are asked. Who takes such shitty, vague notes for a double murder? Da fuck. Who dis? Word. I have done many a rage. I just feel like this is just a perfect representation of the investigation on the whole. This is the most important interview probably of your entire career. Possibly. At least one of them. This is undoubtedly the biggest case that you're going to touch in your career. and you couldn't fucking make your handwriting legible? You couldn't even do a Doolin and do a Word document and staple? You motherfucker. You're fucking useless, half-assed, no effort fool. Anyway, don't even get me started on Hansard. Fucking loser, man. Okay. Sexual attack wasn't something originally. Maybe he was talking fast. I know, Laura. You're so sweet, Laura. This man doesn't have a laptop, says Jersey. Sexual attack wasn't motive? True? Wasn't true? Sexual attack. What did Courtney think this said? Sexual attack wasn't true. Yep, y'all are right. Oh, you're so good. Wasn't true originally. So there's this part in it was his first day. There's this part in the letter that Ron wrote or drafted when he was looking for the ACLU to help him sue in like 2021, I think that was. He says stuff like this. Like he says like, dude doesn't have a complete thought either. I know. That guy has 0 RAM. I don't know. There's just some things that he says that are like, originally? That's weird. I'd be like, yeah, and the police said that they were going to charge me with murder if they ever found any evidence, and they never found any evidence that I know of. It's like, it's a weird thing to say, guy. Okay. Not trying to go rape them. Paranoid about probation. Felt like he crossed the line when he grabbed youngest one. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to. Do we all agree on that? Group conscience? Group consensus? He was paranoid about his probation. He felt like he crossed the line when he grabbed the youngest one. I do believe it was sexual, woman, but... Oy. This is the vibe for sure, says Grace Face. Right. Teresa says that confession makes sense because Libby fought back. That's the first time I've heard that one of them fought back. You know they did, for sure. All right. Yeah, I don't like this part. It makes me really sick. But he started talking about how it's ironic they should have been in school. That's quite ironic. Oh, it's so ironic. It's ironic. They should have been in school. And they weren't. And so you murdered them. That's not ironic. That's tragic. You fucking weird sadist. It's not ironic at all, actually. Irony to me is almost like funny. It's like so ironic. No, dude. It's not ironic. Ugh. I hate this man. They should have been in school. Talking to them, knew one of their moms. Worked at a bar. Knew one of their moms worked at a bar. That's Anna, obviously. Ironic is not the proper word unless you're Ron Logan and you think it's hilarious. That, oh, well, they should have been in school and they weren't. Great song, says DB. Knew one of their moms worked at a bar. Animals. Walked with them. He just says animals. Hey, Hansard. Hey, Hansard. Hey, Hansard. Can you string together a little more than just animals? This man sucks. I hate him. Why the shorthand? Where's the final project? You're looking at it, mama. This is as much fucking effort. Ugh. Y'all, it's snowing. Is it snowing where you are? It's snowing here. Boone is doing a snore. My cat is sitting by my laptop just looking at that. Oh, no. Matt says, so if it's him, the clothes in the creek makes sense. He got a bloody nose and thought he got blood on Libby's clothes. Hence, he tossed them in the creek. That's true. And it was just Libby's. No, Libby's clothes were. Well, it was Libby's shirt, right? Libby's shirt. We don't know where the underwear and the sock is. Is the bar named Animals? I seriously believe it's him. Me too, Matt. No, really, Ange? We had no idea. No, Ange. Really? Ange. Did he perhaps wipe his nose on a green handkerchief? Perhaps. Perchance. Cops do the minimum for notes specifically to keep them from being easily deciphered by the defense because they're discoverable. Well, that's because they're a bunch of fucking assholes. You heard it here first, folks. Cops are fucking assholes, with the exception of like 2. God. Gag Abby. Okay, let's keep reading. So, walked with them, willing to go check on horses, and he said, animals, walked with them, willing to go check out horses, and he said, he told them, what does that say? Hi, Amber Hamilton. What does this say? Willing to go check out horses, and he... Bunny? And the bunny? Oh, I think you're right, Judgy. Horses and the bunnies? Oh, said. And he said, it just feels like it's too many letters. This motherfucker can't fucking write. And he said, okay. Told him to go check out horses. And he said he told them he had rabbits in the barn. Walk through trail and wood. See, this is that trail, Mav. Where's Mav at? This is that trail I was talking about. Goes side. Yeah. Shit. So they went back over the bridge. That's always made the most sense. Libby was like, fuck your rabbits and fuck your barn, dude. Yeah, she was. CT Girl says this part is why I believe it's true. I believe he at least told Ricky this 100%. Like this is what he said to Ricky Davis 100%. Walk through trail and woods. Oldest paranoid, didn't want to go. Youngest wanted to see horses. That's sad. I think this says worked at a bar. Not that it matters, but I think that says worked at a bar. And he said he told them he had rabbits in a barn. Walk through trail and woods. Oldest paranoid, didn't want to go to Youngest wanted to see horses. That's really sad. Oldest something. This part's hard. Oldest tried, right? Tried, Tried. Oldest tried to help youngest. Does it say oldest? Tried to help youngest. So this one, when I read it, I see oldest started barking. And I know it doesn't say barking, but does it say barking? Barking? Oldest started talking. Oldest started, or does it say oldest striked? Like I get confused. Oldest started talking, kicking. Kicking makes sense, gray space. Laughing, howling, bawling. Like it looks like barking, but it's probably something more like kicking, or I could see bawling, Judgy. Laughing. Barking could be He has crass language. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's true. He could mean barking, like being bossy too, woman. Howling is a word he'd use. Yeah. Oldest started howling. This is either, like, this looks like a K to me, right? I feel like this is a K, but this motherfucker wrote these notes with his fucking toes. Oldest tried to help youngest. Oldest started bawling is what I see. Yeah, that does look like a B. Youngest started, this word we're stuck on too. Youngest started or scared? Youngest started. I don't know if that started though. Courtney and I spent like an hour on these 2 words the other night. Youngest, what? Zoomed in looks like laughing. Running. He used Nick's hands to write. Right. Dehumanizing language, bawling. Youngest scared, yeah. Youngest scared something. It's kicking. Yeah, I think it's kicking or howling. Hacking. What about this one? So youngest started something. Striking, barking, kicking, bawling, howling. The oldest started doing something. Youngest. Yeah, I thought it maybe was scared shitless too, post-punk. But I don't know what this is. 2 ears, 1 mouth says find the same letter. So Courtney did this the other night. I'll have to ask her. So like the problem is that his S's and his G's are almost identical. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Oh, you can. So like his S's and his G's are very similar. So I don't know if it's youngest got, youngest something. Jessica Gilman says she says bawling. Yeah, it does look like a B to me. Two cursive S's in there. Shitless. Yeah, I could see shitless. This does look like scared shitless. No, it's a T. Where's the T? At the end, you think? Look at started. Started. Started, yeah. Right. That is a T. T-E-D. T. You're right, 2 ears. Youngest started. Judgy. Judgy. Youngest seemed. I could see seemed. Let me see. I could see seemed. Let's go back to this, y'all, because I'm seeing like 8 different things. Youngest. He now grabs. So the other thing is that he jumps back and forth between. Well, I guess no, he doesn't. He. It's always he. It's always he. So youngest something something. He now grabs oldest. He said. Choking. So I don't know at this point. It doesn't seem like anyone's been touched at this point because it says he now grabs oldest. He said he got hit on nose, scared he got blood on one of the girls. So it almost seems like this is where the physical. Yeah, you're right, Rochelle. Oldest started talking. I need a break. Yeah, I know. It's hard. Compare scared from the sentence about blood to the other word. Scared. Scared. Yeah, scared he got blood on some girl. Scared. That's definitely an S. That's definitely an S. Youngest scared, I think it is. Youngest scared. I could see shitless, y'all. Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, it kind of looks like youngest scared shitless or something. Youngest scared something. He now grabs oldest. He said he got hit on the nose, scared he got blood on one of the girls. Pulled box cutter out. Split oldest one. Y'all, trigger warning. I forgot to say trigger warning. This is trigger warning. Scared sheriff. Scared sheriff. Could be. Double cursive S, yeah. Okay, bold, box cutter out, slit, oldest one, hit an artery. Youngest, scared, etc., screamed, etc. Youngest something, etc. Youngest started to scream. Right here, you mean youngest started scared? Oh. Youngest scared. This is etc., right? Zoom, please. Okay. Where do you want me to zoom? Tell me where. Left, right, up, down. Youngest started to scream, yeah. Youngest screamed? Does it say youngest screamed? I don't know what this says. This motherfucker. Like, I get so mad. Courtney and I and Sleuthy spent like 3 hours the other night trying to figure this out. And I get so fucking mad every time I write it. Who writes etc. when you're detailing a potential confession of a double homicide? Bell, ma'am, that's a great question. That's such a good question. It just goes to show, like, they don't give a fuck about this. Like, oh, etc., 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 etc. Huh, motherfucker? Really? Ah, so annoying. I screenshot and darken it. Smart. Makes me really mad. Okay. All that kind of stuff. Oh my god. It's so frustrating. Youngest scared, etc. I could see Ricky being like trying to explain it to the guy, like in the youngest, like she was just like real scared, and the guy's just like, etc. Fuck you. Took little girl with him for a while. Never said where. Nice. He said he cut her to cut both of their necks. So scared, etc. Judgy, yeah. Scared, etc. You know how he does. You know how it goes. It's just like scared. She was scared, etc. If that's what it says. Answered, you're a motherfucker. This goes to show you how much they cared. Yeah, it just makes me really mad. Makes me really mad. Criminal. Oh no. Oh god. But Libby had several cuts, right? He says well, yeah, you're right. So oldest turn, let's see, oldest turned to help youngest. Tried to help youngest, right? Oldest started looking, kicking, what did we say? Barking, howling, bawling. I think we said laughing too, although I don't think Libby was laughing, but maybe youngest. What do we say? Youngest scared? Something? Yeah, Auntie Bev says scared, etc. Like what? Shaking, crying, peeing? Like what? One second, y'all. Okay. He left again. So in terms of, let's try and piece this timeline together. So according to this confession, he gets bopped on the nose, pulls out the box cutter, kills Libby, takes the little one, the little girl, somewhere, doesn't say where. And then he goes right into cuts both of their necks, or cuts her so that both of their necks are cut or whatever. So where did you go? How long were you there? And how did you get back to where Libby was, is my first question. And my second question is, how much time transpired? Because 2:09 until the time he would have had to leave for Aquarium World to get there, and the amount of time that it would have taken him to get there and do all of his things, he would have had to leave around like 4. So I guess an hour and a half. Right, Tammy. And he did call and text people that night. I agree with Judgy. There's a lot missing. So he left again, came back later in the evening. Search going on. Search going on later on. There's search going on later something. Later on. What does this fucking say? Judgy, I've thought about that. At least Abby could have been. Late hours sounds right. Okay, so came back later in evening. Search going on later on late hours. Or later on something. Does that say here's or hours? Later on late hours. Almost looks like here's. I think it's hours. Tried to move oldest one to area not going to be found. Place where 4-wheelers something go. Wouldn't go, couldn't go, but that's like an N. Mm-hmm. Great question, Bellman. Yeah. Makes total sense. They walked back from the south to north with Bridge Guy. No one saw 3 people coming back. What time was it? 2:09, 2:13. And it wouldn't have taken them long because as soon as you step off the north side of the bridge, you just whoop, take a right into the woods, like immediately. Friend? Does that say friend? Or I thought it said tried to move oldest one. If that said friend, I was going to throw up right here. Couldn't go, yeah. Tried to move oldest one to area not going to be found, place where four-wheelers couldn't go. I think that's what I see too. Yeah. It does say tried to move oldest one. Yeah, for sure. Burned his clothes in burn pile. Hiking boots, gloves, bag. Okay, where's the burn pile? Did you ask Harnserd? Harnserd? What's his name? Did you ask, motherfucker? Burn pile? Did he tell you where the burn pile is? Jesus. Did you even fucking ask? Probably not. This is my biggest Because if he burned his clothing, including his hiking boots and the soles of his shoes, which he says later. Yeah, he did have a burn pile in the horse pasture. Who does 100%? My thing is, I can't see him burning them there because that would have been super fucking suspicious. Like with all the people out, I can't see him doing it there. He either did it in his house or like somewhere else. I think he did it at his son's house. But I just can't see him. I can't see him having burned evidence in his backyard. That doesn't make, I mean, he's not stupid, you know? He's an asshole, but he's not a stupid asshole. Harshard, you uncurious motherfucker. That's perfect. He is so uncurious. You uncurious motherfucker. Did he have a fireplace inside? I don't know. Burn pile and pasture. He said he hauled trash from the burn pile to the transfer station. Can you really? But can we? Yeah. I guess I just can't see him. I can't see him burning evidence in his yard. He went all the way to Lafayette. Why would he burn evidence in his yard? Maybe he did. All the more reason they should have fucking checked his house and his property sooner than 4 weeks later. For fuck's sake. Yeah, you're right. Who does? Good point. He's listening to whatever the guy's saying. He isn't investigating. He is a fucking inmate. Right, I'm not talking about the inmate being stupid. I'm talking about the officers who's writing the notes. I don't think that Ricky Davis is stupid at all. In fact, it sounds like Ricky Davis had a really good, because this was in what? May is the confession, and they interviewed him in June. He's got pretty good recall. Didn't he go to the dump? Christina asks. Yes, he did that the morning of the murders, and I don't know if he did the next day. He doesn't say he did, and there's not anything I can find that says he did. When they asked what he hauled to the transfer station, he said trash that didn't burn from his burn pile. Can you, do you have a, I hate to do this. I don't mean it like this, but like, do you have a source for that? 2 ears, 1 mouth? Not that I believe you, but that's very interesting. That was the second warrant in March. When was the first one? There were 2 in March, Matt. The first one was March 6th or 8th, and the second was not till the fucking 17th. And the first one, they were only allowed to look in his house, not in any of his outbuildings, and they were only allowed to look for firearms. And then the second one was not until the 17th of March. Ugh. Okay. So this one is interesting. This sounds like Ron asking a question of Ricky, but maybe not. Could soles of boots be located in burn pile? Is this the investigator doing a curious? Or is this Ron asking Ricky, hey, you think the soles of my boots could be located in the burn pile? Or maybe Ricky was like, hey, man, do you think the soles of his boots could be... This sounds like a Ron question. You think the soles of the boots could be located in the burn pile? But I don't know. But he definitely says, this I think says, could soles of boots be located in burn pile? What do y'all think? Maybe he's saying Ron Logan said where it located. Yeah, Candy, that's what I'm wondering. Could soles of boots be located in burn pile? Next morning, 2 other girls knocked on door, asked to search. Who are these girls? Did we ever hear about girls knocking on his door? What girls? Two other girls knocked on his door, asked to search on property. Felt weird if he said no. Feel weird if he said no. Feel weird if I say no. You fucking just murdered 2 people. Stop using words like ironic and weird. You absolute psychopath. Jesus. I don't remember ever hearing about 2 girls. Me either. That's so weird. Yep, this is before the bodies are found for sure, Rochelle. Good reminder. Ironic, weird. You're fucking weird. He let them take off. Oh, that was nice of him. He let them take off. As opposed to what? Let them take off. Oh, is it cops? 2. It does. I think it does say 2 other girls, right? Right, 2 girls, not cops. Right, why? I think that ironic. Yeah, I know I know that he wasn't, but I don't. I still think it's it's an unsettling word for me that he would use. Like, what's ironic about it? Ironic that you stumbled upon them when they should have been in school? That's not the word I would use. I might use a different word. Weary? Weary, says Christina. Where? Didn't get them to sing it Elena style. That's what DB said earlier. Every time I hear that word. He must have hid Libby somewhere. Singing Atlanta style. Didn't get them to. It looks like 2 other girls. I only remember hearing Kelsey say that her and an old teacher were searching, but I thought she said on South Side, so Brad Weber's side, right? Where are the cops? I don't know. Oh, weary, weird. Thought it would be 2 other girls knocked on door, asked to search on property. Feel, that looks like a D. Weary, feel weird, feel weary. If he said no, he let them take off, got a hold of family member, got out of area. And we know that he did because serendipitous in a bad way. Yeah, I agree. That's how I think of it too. And it's like he's speaking as if he wasn't in complete control of his behavior. It's so ironic. It's just such a shame that they had to be out of school that day. How ironic and how unfortunate. No, you made the decision, It just makes me so angry. This is literally how this motherfucker talks all the time. So Candy Rain says, yes, I also truly believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Same. So Abby was still at his house when they knocked. I think she was already down there, Rochelle. I think he's saying like, I don't know, actually. I certainly think because he calls David Nolf, his cousin, around 9, asks for an alibi for the exact time of the murders or the exact time of the abduction, and then says, hey, by the way, come pick me up. So David Nolf comes and picks him up a little before noon on the 14th. They go to the Walbans or whatever, that grocery store in town, and come back after the girls are found. Because as they're coming back, the road is closed, and a cop, I think it was Brock Russell, an officer stops them and starts talking to them. Yeah. First time he's seen them from property. So he saw them. So this is why I really feel like he was just kind of out lurking. He said the first time he's seen them was from his property. You can see the bridge from his property. You really can, especially when there's no trees. If he's just lurking around his property, you can 100% see the bridge from there. So he saw, and we know that they were like taking pictures, and and it's also, you can hear everything. Like, you can hear everything when you're out there. It's very quiet, but it's like a fishbowl. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a fishbowl. First time he's seen them from his property. Horse barn. Right? Horse something. Enter. What does this say, y'all? Makes me really upset. I think it says horse barn, but I don't know. Who did he call at 2:09? That's a great question. I also want to know who he called at 7 or who he texted at 7 and 10 p.m. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. Who does from the bridge, from the woods? You can literally see anyone on the bridge. 100%. They stick out like a sore thumb. Yeah, they do. And when you're on the bridge, you can't see anyone in the woods. It's just trees. Like, you can't. It's not easy to. This looks like guns to me. Horse, something, enter, something, guns, etc. This is definitely horse. It looks like horse barn. It looks like horse barn, something, guns. Why did he still have a month-old receipt when they searched? Because he wanted that to alibi him, Kat. That's my theory. Right? He kept it knowing that they would be looking for stuff. Yeah, they're searching for guns. How do they happen upon? How do they just happen upon your fucking aquarium world receipt, you motherfucker? Probably left it out for them. He probably had it framed on the table. This guy needs to stop saying etc. Jesus, I know. It's very, very, very frustrating. During struggle, youngest girl screamed, right? Youngest girl screamed not. During struggle, youngest girl screamed not something. Not. Right, gray space, I agree. He already stripped them. There are half-truths. 100%. Notice he doesn't say anything about taking their clothes off in this interview. What was the stuff on the sweatshirt sleeve? Did they ever test it or state what it was? I don't know who does. I wish we had the fucking transcripts, you know? The confession doesn't explain how Libby got naked. I do think he killed Libby first in a panic. There are no defensive wounds that we know of. I mean, if he killed her quickly, you know, there's not much that, I don't know. G, first letter. I thought this said during struggle. During struggle, youngest girl. Oh, I see what you're saying. During struggle, youngest girl. What the fuck does it say? Should not. Yeah, that does look like should not. These S and G look the same. Yeah, they fucking do. I thought she had DNA under her nails that wasn't tested. She did. Who does? I think per woman, Jen Auger came out recently and said actually that they had like brand new, or not brand new, but like newly discovered or newly testable or something that they were going to be doing for the first time. Testing for the first time, I think. Pretty sure. Happened to, this sucks. Happened to friend, continued to stand there. right? Happened to friend. During struggle, youngest girl, something. It almost looks like it says could not move or something. Youngest girl, something did not move. Does that say move? Yeah, it looks like he's describing Abby just standing there, which is horrific. Happened to friend. Continue to stand there. Head back. Neck artery. Nice. Fawning, it's called, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what this says. Motherfucker. Like, it's kind of, it's like only the most important part. And he's like, etc. etc. Fuck you, man. God, fuck you. For sure, fuck you. My family member died and the investigator interviewing someone confessing put etc. one time, I would pop that motherfucker so fast. That is unacceptable. I bet he's a 3-name bitch. I bet you're right, Bree. Guns, etc. Like what? That part's important. Where is he answered? He works for ISP Cat. He's a fucking asshole. I'm pretty sure he was writing goals. During struggle, youngest girl screamed. It does kind of look like Scream 2. Youngest girl screamed. I almost feel like he's saying youngest girl screamed, not run, or youngest girl screamed, not something. Happened to friend. Continue to stand there. It almost looks, but I almost wonder if this is a continuation. Like, youngest girl, something, not something happened to friend. Like, not see what happened to friend, not hear what happened to friend, not process what happened to friend. Could not like, it almost looks like it's a continuation from this line, you know? Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Like, it looks like this sentence leads right into this one. Like, see what happened to friend, hear what happened to friend, move what happened to friend. I don't know. During struggle, youngest girl. Yeah. Hey, CH, good to see you. Yeah, Tony, good question. I don't know who's supposed to be rubbing the lead out. Tip, or whatever they're calling it that day. The lead, tip, narrative, covered, cleared, open, closed, green, cabinet, Orion, narrative sheet, lead sheet, tip sheet. These people are clowns. How about not move? Yeah, Teresa, it does kind of look like not move. Youngest girl, shh. I don't know. Having a friend, continue to stand there. Head back, neck artery. I don't know. But it does, this part is interesting though. This one here. First time, he's seen them from his property. So there was a first time and a second time. I know you meant running. Okay. It's like rubbing the tip. You're rubbing the tip, Tony. That's so funny. Screamed no and begged. Not something, and then it looks like a period for an abbreviation. Youngest girl screamed. Not. Yeah, it does look like that he abbreviated here. Oh, sure. Just abbreviate. Just abbreviate. You absolute corny motherfucker. Just abbreviate it. They'll know what you mean. Who? Who will know what you mean? Kathy? Kathy and her filing cabinets? Kathy didn't even read this till 2023, so. Love that for y'all. Love that for y'all. 3 months from Pendleton. He got here 2 months in the 4-pod dorm. Originally, rec line together. They were in the rec line together. Oops. Shit. 3 months from Pendleton. He just got here 2 months ago in 4-pod dorm, originally from rec line together. He wanted to set up his JPay account. Of course he did. Maybe it's runes. Sorry, but what illiterate motherfucker wrote this shit? Good question, Hella. The most illiterate. And the most motherfucker. The most motherfucking motherfucker. Originally, rec line together. He wanted to set up JPay account. Helped him with that. That was very nice of you, Ricky Davis. Started talking uncomfortable circumstances, protective custody. Talking about it at beginning. Modifying county charges, etc. Talking, walking around. First made comment, losing weight. Okay, this part to me, who dis, we need autopsy report 100%. And guess who just sealed the motherfucker? Dickolas McCletus. Oh, we'll see him, Matt. I'll fucking steal him like the Declaration of Independence. I get to steal those motherfuckers. So here he talks about losing weight and how that don't look like me. Is Ron the kind of person who would intentionally alter his appearance? Remember the FBI was like, look for someone who altered their appearance. Well, how are you going to alter your appearance when you're in prison? I don't know. Maybe you're going to get really frail. Maybe. Hella's getting hella fucking mad. Please add DB's constantly on my ass in the intro. That's a good suggestion, Michelle. I definitely will. What if I was honor bound to core? Cat, I would kill you. Who dis? I agree with you. Trying to lose weight to not look like bridge guy. Yep, that's what I think, Christina. First made a comment about losing weight. Film footage, etc. etc. Film footage, etc. Film footage, etc. By the way, this is May 2017. This is May 2017. How did Ron know there was film footage? We didn't know there was film footage in 2017. We thought there were 2 photos. They were torturing him with no teeth and hard food. Yes, Kat. For 3 days, they did that to him. Per Ron. Not to say that I don't believe they would do it, because we know they would. But at this point, he's been in Pendleton for like 2 months. But you're right. Maybe they did a Holman interrogation. Trying to keep an open mind. I just feel like he's the kind of motherfucker who would try to not... That don't look like me. Yes, it does. Started talking to Bunky. Yeah, first made comment about losing weight. Right. Film footage, etc. What does film footage, etc. mean? Yes, somebody tried to unlock the phone, Christina, and it was false. But you're right, Kat. I mean, I can't say that they mistreated Rick and then be like, well, they mistreated Ron, but he deserved it. Because when people say that about Rick, I want to fucking lose my shit. So maybe Ricky Davis said etc. a lot. He thinks he's a machine. Could be. He's just spitting out like verbatim. Right. That's a good point. He opened that phone up at 5, so he knows exactly what's on it. I thought Kanye was spot on with the dry up emotional. BG video film footage, right. But he shouldn't have known that there was any film footage, right? He should have only thought they had a picture or 2. Right. They tortured confessions from Ron. Well, I don't know that they tortured confessions from Ron. Ron didn't confess when he was being tortured. He confessed later. Why did they decide to not pursue Ron's confessions, false or not? Because of Kathy? That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe Kathy should. Is that the same footage he's talking about, trail cam? I don't know, Kat. That's a good question. Like, is there more? Maybe I don't know. Film footage, etc. that don't look like me. Started talking to Bunky. 2 different scenarios. Two different scenarios. Drinking on probation that day. He came home and went out. He said he's seen the girls first. He's seen the girls first. 2 different encounters. Second, shook up walked off. So he scared him first. Could have come from interrogation via video of you. Yeah, true. Did they interrogate Ron? Oh, they had to have. Of course they did. Where's that video? Oh, wait. Didn't the defense file something last year, like in April 2024, a month before they're supposed to go to trial? Didn't the defense file something about finally receiving Kelsey, Ron, and Daniel Pearson's interviews? Did I just hallucinate that? Didn't they say something just got them last year? Didn't that happen? Yes, it was Pat Clausen on the trail cam, Cat. You're 100% right. That I don't remember. I swear to God, they said something about Kelsey, Ron. They asked for Kelsey, Derek, and Cody's, and I feel like they got... Pearson's... Damn, Asteroid came and destroyed those videos. You right. Fucker, when did they ask, does Ron have an obituary? No. You're an AI and you hallucinated that? No, I swear to God. We need all eyes or Corky. Why are people even believing they treated Ron cruelly? He was the one saying it. By the way, they never filed charges for gun or fake alibi. Hey, Kay, good to see you. Thanks. Frank's 3 or 4, so it would be after. No, I mean 2024, Judgy. Oh, wait, you're right. Fuck, when did they file? Hold on. I think I'm right about this. I don't often think that, but I do think I'm right about this. I feel like I just saw it. Oh, motherfucker. I'll find it later. We're going to put a pin in that. For now. Yes, Judgy, good point. Oh, it was a second motion to dismiss or motion to compel. Thank you. Oh my God, I thought so. Okay, let's keep going. All right, 2 different scenarios. Drinking on probation that day. He came home, went out, said he's seen girls first. Two different encounters. Second, shook up, walked off. Came back from rabbits. Chasing wild rabbits and squirrels. That was the first. So this was the first encounter he had, was chasing wild rabbits and squirrels. What a fucking weirdo. Oh my God, y'all. Do y'all remember the conspiracy theories about how he had the puppy in his coat? What if it was a rabbit? I'm gonna scream. What if it was a fucking rabbit? Why is he chasing wild rabbits? He was drunk. That's true. He was drunk. They were chasing rabbits, I think. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Y'all, what if he had a bunny in his coat? I'll fucking... Ron, we just learned Ron. So we knew Ron was cremated, Christy. But apparently we just learned tonight that they sprinkled his ashes all over his own property, which is weird. Man, that's funny. You're welcome, Christy. Glad you're here. Oh my God. Came back from rabbits. Chasing wild rabbits and squirrels was the first. Okay. And this is the signed note, which we've seen. What do we think, y'all? That fucking sucks. I don't understand why there's two scenarios. I think so the way that I understood that, I just stopped sharing and closed my browser. I should not have done that. The way that I'm understanding it is like two different scenarios. Like he saw them twice. Like the first time he saw them, he was chasing rabbits or squirrels. I don't know. But the first time he said he's seen them from his property. Abbreviate struggle. Yeah, definitely could be. Ron Logan is the way van. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. We don't know. Because these notes are pitiful. When did Ferency happen? Ferency was July 2021. Or was it June? June or July 2021. And Fortson was not until October 2023. I'm going to be dreaming about terrible penmanship. It's really bad. It's so bad. Did that fireman dude know Ron? Pat Clausen? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. July 2021. Thank you, Kat. Yeah, true. That would be post-poly questions, clarifying any deceptive answers. Yeah. Polygraph. Good. Excellent. Excellent. And I wonder why it took them so fucking long. By the way, Ron failed a polygraph in fucking March 2017. You know what they did with that? Fuck all. We need to find out. Yeah, I want to know who the two girls were. Was Clausen texting Ron while he was at the scene? Good question. Was Clausen kayaking the creek the day? Oh my god! Judgy! Fuck. Hold on. Dude, his Facebook posts were fucking sus. Remember? The day after the murders, he posts a picture of the dilapidated bridge, like the side of the bridge collapsing, and he's like, what a tragedy. The erosion of the bridge. Is this place real? I gotta find that post. What the fuck's wrong with you, Pat Clausen? Wait. Y'all. Prospective juror Clausen. I believe Mr. Clausen was a prospective juror for the first trial that Nick ever prosecuted with the snowman. The Jennifer Barnes. Or A. Clausen. Because he is prospective juror Clausen. That's funny. This town is very small. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. These motherfuckers love to kayak, huh? Where's Clausen? Oh, here it is. This is so weird, y'all. I forgot about this. What the fuck is it? Delphi is the largest portal to the bowels of hell. 100%, Tammy. Pin this comment forever. Pin it to my fucking head. Yeah, you're right. Hella, 100%. I gotta share these. How am I gonna share these? There we go. God. Oh my god, y'all. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, forgot about this. Now I'm doing a spiral, but I have to share these. Hold on. What the fuck? I forgot about this. I used to say this about what happens when you drink the creek water, the Deer Creek poopy water. I'm convinced that that's what's wrong with this place. The Tippecanoe Native Americans, the Miami Indians, cursed Carroll County. Rightfully so. And here we are. God damn. It's crazy. Jesus Christ, I forgot about these. Oh my God. I am going to share these. I have to. Magic water. Magic water. Yeah, do you know whose signature is on the original fucking eviction notice to the Miami Indians who sent them on their merry fucking way off onto the Trail of Tears? Samuel Milburn, the founder of Delphi. They love Samuel Milburn. Samuel Trail of Tears Milburn. Deer Creek contains brain-eating amoebas. I'm sure it does. Absolutely. It's in my brain. 100%. Oh, it is curse for sure. All right, y'all, let's do this. Let's settle into this fucking nightmare. Last modified. All right. Okay. Let's settle this nightmare. Sure, I haven't been invested till now. Excellent. Get comfy. Get a snack. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. This is the Clausens, y'all. Jesus Christ. Remember when I thought that Mrs. Clausen was in the chat? I started freaking out. Do you remember that? God. October 2024 was a weird fucking time. All right, Pat Clausen. I'm not an engineer, but this may be a problem. Pat? Hey, Pat? Hey, Pat? What are you doing? What are you doing on February 15th, 2017? I'm not an engineer, but this may be a problem. The erosion. Kathy left at merch hour, or Connie left at merch hour. Yeah, it's okay. She'll be back. Hey, Pat, I just want to talk. The erosion may be a problem on February 15th, 2017. Okay, Pat. That's fine. That's fine. Weird thing to post after you're literally seen on a trail cam tiptoeing around a crime scene. Here he is on February 9th. Last night was a beautiful night for boiling. He makes maple syrup, by the way. I'm not a social norm expert, but why are you pointing this out now, my dude? Yeah, there you go. I don't know what kind of vehicles you got, Pat. What's your vehicle situation? Huh? Okay. Interesting. Weird. This place is fucking weird. 2 a.m. Just a little 2 a.m. tiptoe, Judgy. Here we go again. Oh, cool. Pat felt like February 15th, 2017. Look, everybody else gets it. You're getting lots of sad faces, Pat. What are you doing? I'm not an engineer. This may be a problem. Here's the bridge. Here it is, y'all. You expect me to believe that anybody crossed this thing at any point. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. Whose shack is that? Says Judgy. Where he at? Boiling what? Your mom? Corey Davis, thanks for the live. First time here, but this is good. Oof, Corey Davis, I'm so glad you're here. I'm sorry if you had to see our meme hour. Did Pat want the bridge to be torn down? Good question. That's a great question. Man, that's a good question. Who we got here? Oh! It's Bridge Guy and Bridge Guy. Swing a dick, hit a Bridge Guy. That's the when you drive into Delphi, on the sign, it says Delphi, and then underneath it, like the subtext, like the every city or every place has like a bird, state bird, town bird. Delphi's town slogan is swing a dick, hit a Bridge Guy. Cool. Here you are. And these are the gentlemen of the, Clausen Sugarbush Post. Here we are. Look at all the Bridge Guys. It's literally like a copy pasta of Bridge Guy. You cannot make this up. They said, Ron, who's that look like to you? He says, nobody. Nobody that I recognize. Nobody. I don't recognize nobody. Nobody that I recognize. It doesn't look like anybody that I know. What? Sir, you're a Bridge Guy. What are you doing? You're literally all the Bridge Guy. And that's a lady bridge. It's a bridge gal. Look at this. And you're going to tell me that, oh, Rick Allen was in a Carhartt jacket. Carhartt jacket? Really? These all look like... that sure looks like a windbreaker jacket to me. These all look like fucking Carhartt jackets per Tony Liggett Holman. God, these... That doesn't look like anyone I know. That looks like everyone you know. Oh, good. Here he is. Here's Pat. I mean, that's not Pat. That's Eric Clausen. February 5th. Here got my hammer. I got my little pouch, and I'm doing some tree tapping. I'm tapping some fucking trees. Who are you? Hello. Hello, young man. Is that a rune pouch? I know Americans look the same. Who's the guy with the sultry eyes? I don't know. He's quite beautiful. Wouldn't you say he's a beautiful young brunette man? I don't know. Huh. You look like you have an athletic build. You look quite tall. I don't know if your hair is poofy, but I could see an older woman finding you to be beautiful. Why are you smoldering us? Put your dog down. Put your dog down. Mav says, this fucking guy. Get the fuck out of here with your feminine ass eyes. Oh, shit. They are quite feminine. No, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed. Hi, Postpone. Calm down. What'd she say? I missed her. Would all Americans look the same? Look at this guy. Bunch of BGs. Why is he smoldering like that? Bushy eyebrows. Doggo. Calm down, woman. Yeah, woman. Settle down. That ain't Luigi. Good night. Sleep well. Yes, we're going to go sleep. Hey, Fiend. We're just about to leave. I need to go down a rabbit hole. Same. I need to get out of my rabbit hole and I need to go to sleep. I'm going to do an Irish. Y'all, this was fun. Thanks for hanging out with me. Great episode, everyone. We've really Fiend got a full night's sleep in the amount of time that we've been here. You know what? I think we've really We've been spiraling for hours. Yeah, it started with the 214. It's just been a spiral ever since. I'm in my pajamas. I did this stream in my pajamas. I slept in this. Why did I do that? I've had a shirt picked out and everything. I just realized. Okay. When can RA get JPay? Good question, Eve Alaska. Stay tuned. We will try and find out. Bob yelling at D-Base. Yes, it did. Oh my God. With that, y'all, I'm going to send us off with a bedtime. I'm going to send us off with a bedtime lullaby. Thank you, Mar. I love you. How long has this been going on? 5 hours. Tell me how I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. DB's constantly riding my. Is your shirt still tucked in? Yeah. I got hard pants on still, feet. Okay, bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Joseph Scott Morgan can kiss my fucking. Well, you can't be an expert in everything now, can you? No, you can't, but you know what? Damn near close, my friend. You're not even a fucking doctor. And he says, this man has the audacity. He says, well, you know, she's not even board certified. Get fucked, Joseph Scott Morgan, 3-name bitch. What the fuck does that have to do with fucking anything? I'm so that just tells me that he doesn't know shit about fuck. You know what board certification means for somebody like her with all of this experience and credentials and education? Bupkis. Fucking a waste of fucking time and money. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Shut the fuck up, Joseph Scott Morgan. You fucking dork. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Just because you have 3 names doesn't mean shit. You're just fucking jealous because this lady has more experience and credentials than you, and you're probably a fucking simp for the state. Actually, I know for a fact he's a simp for the state. What the fuck is he doing here? Bob! I'm in a rotten fucking mood.